So narrowing that at least screened out the idea of proportion of dollars.
Listen to music ad-free, offline, and in the background. Try YouTube Music Premium on us. Listen to music ad-free, offline, and in the background. Try YouTube Music Premium on us. Listen to music ad-free, offline, and in the background. Try YouTube Music Premium.
The full screen, nice presentation with interesting findings. Well, I charge from almost time to reason. I have to. Okay. 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 I will go.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Amsul Society Conference 2021. We are your hosts for today,
My name is Tokumi Akerolabu.
and I'm Jonoko Kenneth. Thank you for joining us this morning.
We'd like to welcome every single one of you. Thank you for joining and participating with us this morning. Would like to also thank you for your patience and waiting on for us. So we'll just be going on with the opening ceremony this morning. We'll also like to recognize some very important people amongst us today. We'd like to welcome Professor Okubadejo, our chairman of the Amsul Scientific Conference. We'll also like to recognize the doctors, the HODs amongst us. Professor Okuroma is here with us. We'd like to welcome her. We'd also like to recognize Dr. Rejoice Lukalawa, who's also here. We'd like to recognize some of our judges who are present. We'd like to welcome Professor Leslie. We'd also like to welcome Professor Erifolami.
We want to welcome Dr. Kamal Kapo. Welcome Dr. Tayo Bijo, Dr. Baba, Certificate in Agriculture Department. Dr. Akashi, in the Department of Medicine. Welcoming our editorial board members, our volunteers, and every presenter who is online right now.
Also, would like to welcome our medical students. Thank you for joining us. And we would like to start with our welcome speech by Professor Okubadejo.
Good morning, everyone, and it will be a really short speech. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Professor Akeshola, I'd like to congratulate Amsul for sustaining this innovation despite the difficulties that have been encountered by all of us in the course of the past about 18 months. I want to emphasize the fact that the faculty and the entire institution are very proud of the leadership that Amsul is showing in terms of emphasizing or demonstrating the need for medical students to be engaged in research, to be engaged in creating knowledge and disseminating this knowledge as well. I want to congratulate you for also expanding the reach of the conference to medical schools across the country, and to say that we're all looking forward to learning from all of you. We're looking forward to engaging with you through the course of this conference, and once again. So over to you.
Give me a welcome.
Thanks so much, Dr. Okubadejo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okubadejo, for your welcome speech. We'd also like to mention that Professor Okubadejo is a professor in neurology. She's highly invested in research and supports student research. She's also a member of our Amsul Scientific Conference. She has done a lot for us, and we would really, really love to appreciate you for all your help during this period. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks so much, ma'am, for your speech.
Next up, we will be having the welcome address from our editor-in-chief of the Amsul editorial board. It's a 600 level medical student, goes by Aluko Busayo. He'll be coming up now to give us our welcome address. Thank you very much.
morning, everyone. Am I audible, please? Good morning, everyone. All dignitaries observed. Welcome to the 7th annual Amsul Scientific Conference. The Amsul Scientific Conference is an annual event organized by the editorial board of the Association of Medical Students at the University of Lagos. Since 2014, we have consistently provided a platform for medical students in Nigeria to present their undergraduate research findings while facilitating conversations on improved healthcare delivery through research. This very process has influenced medical students associations in neighboring universities who have gone ahead to establish student-led conferences like this on their own. Just before the pandemic, the last conference in 2019 explored the double burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases in our society and the steps being taken to shape our future. This theme was partly based on how far we've come as a country post the Ebola outbreak in 2014 and how better equipped we'll be for the next one. However, little did we know that COVID-19 was nearby. This year will feature both oral and poster presentations in a hybrid fashion with special presentations of undergraduate research based on the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also have two guest speakers who will take us through the standard processes of managing and ultimately preventing pandemics, as well as the role of clinical research in vaccine production. Finally, please permit me to use this opportunity to appreciate all the frontliners of the COVID-19 response, as well as everyone that served as support system for the board this year. We just can't thank you enough. Thank you very much. Thanks so much to the editor-in-chief, Busayo Aluko. Those were very encouraging words. And also to the editorial board for supporting him, make sure this happened and this is a success. Next, we want to bring in one of our speakers, our first speaker. She is a consultant in public health and community medicine and an assistant in the Director of Emergency Operations Center at the Nigerian Center for Disease Control. She's very invested in research, and her findings have been published in journals of high impact factors and co-authored peer-reviewed articles. She's a fellow of the Intermediate Public Health Emergency Management Program Certificate course and a PhD in-depth technical assistance program. This is someone who is very invested in making sure that research is published and that it has effects in our community. So next, we want to bring in our first speaker for the day, Dr. Rejoice Luka Lawal, Nigerian Center of Disease Control. Thanks so much, ma'am.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, and thank you guys for inviting me for this program. And on behalf of the DG, I congratulate every one of you for taking this bold step, despite all the challenges that have been on ground, especially relating to COVID-19, and still coming up with this to hold this hybrid conference. I congratulate everyone, all participants in this conference, and hope to have a good end in this conference. Without much talk, I'll go straight to the keynote address representing my Director General, Dr. Chikwe Ehekwazo, who has just um, been lifted to another position in the pandemic preparedness response at the WHO. And presently, we having another director with us now. Talking about role of medical research in driving national response to disease outbreak. As we all know, infectious disease outbreaks are apparent globally, and emerging and re-emerging diseases are continuously being a challenge for humans. Infectious disease epidemics pose a clear and ongoing risk to global health security and economic prospects. Experience with past epidemics, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in significant loss of life, livelihood, and social disruption, has heightened the need for more investment in pandemic preparedness and response, including research. It also emphasizes the importance of research as an integral component of the response to any pandemic. There is now a progressive acceptance by the global health community on the importance of proactive and coordinated research and innovative advancement efforts. These attempts are both before or in advance of and during an actual epidemic. It is a win-win if research is put at the heart of epidemic response, as it helps in fighting outbreaks that are underway and proactively protecting us from potential ones in the future. Effective public health preparedness for and response to infectious disease outbreaks must be guided by research evidence. While basic research and translational studies have been key to research and development of effective diagnostics and therapeutics against emerging and re-emerging infections, disease pathogens, implementation science is critical to efficient use of resources in the delivery of public health interventions. Nigeria has had several outbreaks over the last 5 years, including Lassa fever, cholera, yellow fever, COVID-19, diphtheria. The impact of these infectious diseases can be better controlled through research, which provides evidence-based preparedness and effective responses. Research during outbreaks is an opportunity to collect important information that can contribute to improving outbreak control measures, such as conducting clinical or vaccine trials. Multidisciplinary research provides data for action on the biological, social, cultural, and environmental factors contributing to the spread of infectious disease. Some of the major outbreaks Nigeria has reported in the last 8 years, including 2014, the Ebola outbreak, which actually highlighted the global health security challenges that is being faced across the region of Africa, including Nigeria. And then the 2016 polio reemergence, which was the reemergence of the white polio virus in the northeastern states of Borno. And basically what was responsible was the insurgency and interruption of the acute flaccid paralysis surveillance, which were the major causes. The cerebrospinal meningitis outbreak in 2017, which was the largest outbreak of the serotype C reported in Nigeria. Also, we had the monkeypox outbreak in 2017, which was a resurgence after 40 years of the first case was detected in Nigeria. And in 2018, we have the Lassa fever outbreak, which was one of the largest outbreaks of Lassa fever reported in Nigeria. Presently, we have had Lassa fever, yellow fever outbreak in 2020, and then COVID-19, which is still ongoing. And presently, as well in 2020, we have had the cholera outbreak. And at some point, it's recorded more deaths even compared to what COVID-19 had. Research between outbreaks can enable countries to prepare for and mitigate the risk of outbreaks. Even so, the early phases of an outbreak are typically characterized by a multitude of unanswered questions. One, what is the causative agent? How is it being spread? Where did it originate? Who is it affecting? How can this be the best control? And many other questions that can be answered. Therefore, research across multidisciplines is required to fill these gaps in knowledge as rapidly as possible. Recognizing the importance of integrating different disciplines to answer these critical questions means identifying the key roles that interdisciplinary research could play in epidemic preparedness and response, and how such research could be facilitated. We have the multidisciplinary research and the interdisciplinary. The multidisciplinary research basically talks about the research which is drawn on knowledge from different disciplines that stays within their boundaries, while the interdisciplinary research is a mode of research by teams of or individuals that integrates information, data, techniques, tools, perspectives, concepts, and or theories from two or more disciplines or bodies of specialized knowledge to advance fundamental understanding or to solve problems whose solutions are beyond the scope of a single discipline or area of research practice. All have important roles to play. We have the biomedical science research, which basically talks about how to understand pathogens like dynamics, the development and the evaluation of interventions, including diagnostic tools, the effectiveness and safe treatment and vaccines that can be used for this. So this research component actually handles this in response period, both in the time phase of preparedness, and could be in form of laboratory research, clinical research, or epidemiological or field research. Have the social sciences research, which is to understand human behavior and how it relates to disease transmission. The environmental science research helps to understand the role environmental factors play in disease transmission. For example, the climate change. There are several benefits in incorporating research into national response to disease outbreak. There are gaps in knowledge that needs to be addressed to manage, and effectively prevent and respond to present and future epidemics. These knowledge gaps can be resolved through a wide range of research in basic sciences, clinical sciences, public health science, implementation science, policy, and system studies. In addressing this gap, the global, national, and local health research system is expected to be able to answer the following questions: how to manage and control the current epidemics; 2, how to prevent future epidemics; and then 3, how to be more prepared in the event of outbreak of such crisis. Therefore, identifying research priorities and its role in the standard phases of an outbreak is key to decision making for effective response. The preparedness phase researches that can be conducted are inter-epidemic research, which basically helps to improve detection, control, and response capabilities in the phase of response. Then the prevention thread will help to maintain ongoing activities to protect populations and disrupt transmission of infection. Then in response, it helps to activate epidemic response plans to extinguish emergent epidemics. And then at the recovery phase, it reinstates structures and learn lessons to inform future activities. Other benefits include provision of data for action to inform the response policy and patient management at every phase of the response. It also helps to predict in the prediction of disease outbreaks before they even occur. and then for early detection of outbreaks before they can spread. It helps to track evaluation of pathogens through genomic sequencing, that is, genomic epidemiology. The seroprevalence studies aims at establishing epidemiological characteristics of disease outbreak at the point of those response. And then it also helps to evaluate past responses, which brings out lessons learned that can be used to better respond to the next outbreak. Some of the case studies that we have had in the past include the eradication of smallpox through vaccination, which is one of the history's deadliest diseases, and it killed over 300 million people since in the 1900s alone. It got eradicated through vaccine efforts because of research. The basis for vaccination began in 1796 by the work of Edward Jenner, who took materials from a cowpox sore from a milkmaid and inoculated it into the arm of another who never developed smallpox. More experiments followed, and in 1801, Jenner published his treatise on the origin of the vaccine inoculation. Vaccination became widely accepted, and the Third World Health Assembly declared the world free of this disease on May 8, 1980. Smallpox eradication is considered by many to be the biggest achievement in international public health. The Ebola and Lassa fever outbreak, and then the COVID-19 outbreak currently ongoing. Talk about the genomic sequencing studies. The 2014-2016 West African Ebola outbreak showed us how, if we give the right resources to research, it can quickly give us back new knowledge and tools for containing disease that we will use for years to come. Professor Goodfellow, a welcome senior research fellow at the University of Cambridge, arrived in Sierra Leone in 2012. Within 2 weeks, his team were able to build a diagnostic laboratory in the country, and they were able to diagnose as much as 100 samples every day of Ebola. But this did not stop the epidemic. However, there was now a need to monitor viral transmission and evolution as fast as possible, and that instituted what we now have as genomic sequencing. And this helps to track the evolution of the virus. We first need genetic sequencing, and so it's able to help us monitor the viral transmission, the evolution, both the Ebola, the Lassa fever genomic studies, the COVID-19 genomic sequencing that is presently part of what is going and has helped us to discover many variants of those diseases. And this helps a lot in the outbreak because it's able to tell you where the clusters of cases are and where they need attention and what exactly is the viral genome that is driving the response at that particular time. This was key in containing the virus, and just one example of what is possible when we bring research approaches into the response plan. The Ebola vaccine effectiveness study is also another example of which is the vaccine against Ebola virus, which was assessed for its effectiveness during the West African epidemic. This also helped in developing running clinical trials in the middle of the outbreak to test for safety and efficacy. We will be better without a key tool in our fight to contain the disease, especially in Nigeria and in the Democratic Republic of Congo then, if this was not done. And now it pays dividends every time the vaccine gets used, such that even though they occur, but the vaccines help to contain the virus. This ultimately is the role of research in an epidemic, to give us better ways of fighting disease in the future. There is also an ongoing vaccine effectiveness study on COVID-19 in Nigeria presently, and hope to help us determine what we have presently as our vaccination status in the country. Another way we can use research to prepare and respond to epidemics is to study people, to see how human behavior contributes to the spread of germs. And studies on burial practices have been done in places. For example, the study on burial practices in the Republic of Congo. And in Nigeria, it is also known that initially, before now, it was known that only viral hemorrhagic fever, because of what is involved in the dead bodies, which is spilling of fluid and draining of fluid and body fluid and blood in the body of the infected patient, the likelihood of spreading transmission at that point is very high. And we also know that viral load is known to be highest at point of death. And there were customs that are practices about burials and funerals in some of our countries, especially in the West African countries and Nigeria inclusive, in terms of washing the body, dressing the body, braiding the hairs of the women, where there is high degree of physical contact that really elevates the risk of transmission. Informed the use of burial bags. This study actually informed the use of the burial bag. And so not only having the black bag, it also informed the fact that in some communities, we have people using white as part of what they use as their burial, during burial, not just black. And so it also informed the design of the white bags for burial. In COVID-19, it was initially also so that people cannot be allowed to bury their dead. But now it has been shown that because COVID-19 bodies do not drain fluid and there is really no blood dissemination or any bleeding from side, it is also very possible for us, the people, to be allowed to bury their dead. And so we have had our safe burial practices guidelines revised based on research work. The use and effectiveness of the non-pharmaceutical measures, which has informed some of the studies we are doing, like the data for COVID-19 African Challenge, a research project and that address the principal research questions: what socio-economic and political influence, the knowledge and perception, shape population behavior and response to COVID-19 safety protocol. Then the vaccine hesitancy studies. Thank God that many of the presenters had actually presented on vaccine hesitancy studies, and those information actually help to mold the response abilities and the response actions and decisions that are made. What about the cholera? The studies have shown that transmission is fecal-oral through drinking of water and ingestion of food contaminated with species containing Vibrio cholerae. Open defecation has been implicated in some of these transmissions, and poor water supply has been. And this has led to construction of boreholes and provision and the wash strategies to tackling cholera in the country, and provision of potable water. Then clinical studies on drug efficacy can also be carried out, and which will help in the research, and which is usually powered by research, and then we help in determining the drugs that can be used for various outbreaks. The COVID-19 case management involvement of the disease in COVID-19 has also led us to having initially having just the treatment centers being used, but it was now known that that is not the only way to manage cases, as we have mild to severe cases of disease, and this also led to us having the home-based care management guidelines, and then having to review our case management guidelines at every point, to as much as having different versions of the case management guidelines. Who are the stakeholders in research? They are collaborative work based on the quadruple helices of innovation in generating evidence for policy and practices. One is the government, which provides regulatory framework that encourages research. Then financial support for the definition and implementation of strategies and policies. The government also play a part in coordinating other stakeholders to carry out research. Example is the National and State Public Health Institute, which I belong. The research institutes and the academia, they play a key role as main producers of knowledge products. They have the technical capacity to be able to carry out research and be able to come out with definite policy decision-making recommendations to the government. Example are the public and private universities and research institutes. The students also come in here, and the students now begin to learn to conceptualize research outside of their thesis and conduct guided research with colleagues in collaboration with both lecturers and the colleagues in school before graduation from school. Then the industry, we have the Complement Research Institute, which provide financial support, and example is the multilateral agencies and private sector players. We have the health consumers, the demand for research, participate in research, and use the applied knowledge from research. What challenges have we encountered in research, especially in terms of research during outbreak? Is usually the inadequate funding, which is actually one of the major problems. And to fulfill this role, it is required that research needs to be responsive, and that means that there is need for access to flexible funding that can be mobilized quickly when outbreak occurs for several reasons, such that research can be conducted. The other challenge are poor coordination, leading to duplication of effort and efficiency in the use of scarce resources. For example, most persons will want to carry out research in terms of COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy, different research in that area, but collaborative effort can actually help and provide funds for a more elaborate research that can be beneficial to the response. And the COVID-19 Research Registrar, a project of the Nigerian COVID-19 Research Coalition, aims to address this. The other challenge is relatively low technical capacity in research into the development of vaccines and therapeutics in Africa compared with the global north. There is also poor research into herbal and indigenous products that we have in our countries. In conclusion, research is central to outbreak preparedness and response. Research during outbreak is an opportunity to collect important information that can contribute to improving outbreak control measures. It helps in fighting current outbreaks and provides scientific evidence for preventing against future outbreaks. Really, research is key, and it is a win-win to every response to an outbreak if put at the heart of the outbreak. Thank you. So I'm available for the next 5 minutes to take any question that will be asked before, and stay in for some time before I log out to attend to some other needs. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Joyce. Thanks so much, Ma. Emphasizing once again on the points and the basis of research in tackling epidemics and pandemics, the one that we are in. Please, we're taking questions just like Dr. Lukalawa said. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat and she will respond to you. Anyone from students to presenters? senior colleagues. All right. If you have any questions, you can still put them in the chat. If you cannot reach Dr. Lukalawa now, would reach out.
Also, if you're typing any of the things typing questions. Okay, we have one question from Dr. Okubadijo. It says, are there any ongoing plans for local vaccine production to bridge the demand?
I go ahead to answer the question, so we ask more.
I think you can go ahead, and if they're
Okay.
more, then we'll take them.
Okay, thank you. Yes, no, there are not ongoing plans for that presently. No plans for vaccine production presently, but we're still working on scaling up our genomic sequencing across the country, and to be able to know what viral genome drives most of our responses in the country and the mutation that has taken place. Then before we start talking about local vaccine production, and then for in that manner. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ma.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. So I will be available for the next 20 minutes to take any further questions I will see on chat, and then answer it through the chat while we continue with your program.
Thanks so much. That was Dr. Lukalawa. You can put emojis that show that you appreciate our speakers, that you appreciate, you can clap for our speakers, you can comment in the chat section. These are ways that we encourage each other and recognize each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mom.
All right. We would like to recognize some esteemed people that joined right while the speech was going on. We would like to welcome Dr. Adejimi, who's part of our selection committee. We would like to welcome Dr. Olusanya from the Department of Pharmacology. Dr. Olusanya is also representing the Dean. He's also representing the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Science at this meeting. Welcome, sir. We also like to welcome Dr. Ojo from the Department of Surgery. And yes, also we would like to welcome Dr. Ocho from the Department of Medicine. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Also, I just want to give us a brief history about the Amsul Scientific Conference. This is our 7th annual Amsul Scientific Conference. It's the first of its kind, and it's the longest running. This is also, as you are experiencing history right now, the first virtual Amsul Scientific Conference. It started back in 2014, and it was done to give undergraduates a base for research and for reporting their research. From here, we've had students who have been able to present their research in diverse countries, up to the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and beyond.
So we hope that you're up to standard for you. We hope that you're enjoying our program as it's going. On our schedule, we have special, we have video presentations that we're going to be putting up very soon. And we're going to also have some physical ones that we will project back for everyone to see. But right now, we're going to play our video presentation. So please stay with us, and we hope you enjoy what we have. Thank you so much.
Don't forget, you can still ask questions from Dr. Lukalawa's exposition
On the chat box.
in the chat box, and she'll be here to answer them.
Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you so much.
sequencing across the country, and to be able to know what viral genome drives most of our responses in the country and the mutation that has taken place. Then before we start talking about local vaccine production, and then for in that manner. Thank you.
So much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I was only 7 years old.
Thank you. So I will be available for the next 20 minutes to take any further questions I will see on chat and then answer it through the chat
She told us that we
while we continue with
and of course, as a
your
normal
program.
child, I was really
Thanks so much.
excited.
That was
In my head,
Dr.
we're
Wow.
having ice
You can
cream,
put
maybe going for
emojis that show that you appreciate our speakers,
Clap for
that you
our
appreciate. You
speakers
can clap for our speakers. You can comment in the chat section. These are ways that we encourage each other and recognize each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right. We would like to recognize some esteemed people that joined right while the speech was going on. We would like to welcome Dr. Adejimi, who's part of our selection committee. We would like to welcome Dr. Olusanya from the Department of Pharmacology. Dr. Olusanya is also representing the Dean. He's also representing the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Science at this meeting. Welcome, sir. We also like to
I was only
welcome
7
Dr.
years old.
Ojo from the
It
Department
was a
of
Saturday
Surgery.
morning, and my mom had just come
And,
into my room to wake me and my
Yes, also, we would like to welcome Dr. Ochefenowa from the Department of Medicine. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Also, I just want to give us a brief history about the Amsul Scientific Conference. This is our 7th annual Amsul Scientific Conference. It's the first of its kind and it's the longest running. This is also, as you are experiencing history right now, the first virtual Amsul Scientific Conference. It started back in 2014 and it was done to give undergraduates a base for research and for reporting their research. From here, we've had students who have been able to present their research in diverse countries, up to the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and beyond.
So we hope that
sisters up.
for you. We hope that you're enjoying our program as it's going. On our schedule, we have special, we have video presentations that we're going to be putting up very soon. And we're going to also have some physical ones that we will project back for everyone to see. But right now, we're going to play our video presentation. So please stay with us and we hope you enjoy what we have. Thank you so much.
Don't forget, you can still ask questions from Dr. Lawal's exposition
On the chat box.
in the chat box. I should be here to answer them.
Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you so much.
Sequencing across the country, and to be able to know what viral genome drives most of our responses in the country and the mutation that has taken place. Then before we start talking about local vaccine production, and then for in that manner. Thank you.
So much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I was only 7 years old.
Thank you. So I will be available for the next 20 minutes to take any further questions I will see on chat and then answer it through the chat
She told us that
while we continue with
and of course,
your
as a normal
program.
child, I was really
Thanks so much.
excited.
That was
In my
Dr.
head, we're
Wow.
having ice
You can
cream,
put
maybe going for
emojis that show that you appreciate our speakers,
Clap for
that you
our
appreciate. You
speakers
can clap for
also.
our speakers. You can comment in the chat section. These are ways that we encourage each other and recognize each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right. We would like to
I made it this morning. That's this morning. So now.
I was only 7 years old. It was a Saturday morning, and my mom had just come into my room to wake me and my sisters up. She told us that we were going somewhere. And of course, as a normal child, I was really excited. In my head, we're having ice cream, maybe going for a party. But you see, that day, we ended up at a home for less privileged children. Prior to that time, my mom had made us sort out our clothes, our shoes, and our toys. And on that day, she made me give everything out. She was a member of the Red Cross Society. She had a first aid box and went on numerous outreaches. And of course, from that day, she made us go with her. At that time in my life, it was not the most interesting thing to do. There were so many other things I could have been doing with my time. There were dolls to play with, there were cartoons to watch. Just outside my sister. Interesting. Unknown to me, a seed and foundation was being laid for volunteering and service. My university days saw me head out into the sun and organize the same outreaches that I hated as a child. My outreaches were targeted at young girls. I would have health talks with them. I was a medical student, by the way. I would mentor some of them. And then I eventually ended up becoming a pastor in school. Until date, I've still found ways to volunteer with NGOs and other charitable organizations. But you see, when it came to volunteering in an isolation center where COVID-19 patients were being managed, it was an entirely different ballgame. As a medical doctor, I was aware of all the facts. It was a novel virus, a new strain of the coronavirus that was transmitted almost as fast as the speed of light and left a lot of death in its wake. The statistics were there for all to see. The mortality rate was rising, and of course, the headlines were screaming. Thousands of healthcare workers around the world were getting infected. Many of them were dying. And bringing it closer to home, Nigeria recorded its first coronavirus case. So what will make a young medical doctor decide to volunteer in a major pandemic, a global health concern, decide to risk it all? And I do not speak for myself alone. There are other doctors, there are pharmacists, hygienists, radiographers, scientists who have left the comfort of their homes, left their loved ones at home, and they are risking it all, camped as volunteers to curb the ravaging virus. In the beginning, it was scary, really scary for me, because as a healthcare worker, I was the first point of call for any normal person who was sick and went to the hospital. And so I worried a lot for my safety. But then the virus was there in our faces. And I remember watching as the cases started rising and the government was trying to curtail the spread of the virus. So I did videos on social media. I talked about the virus. I talked about its mode of transmission. I also talked about ways people could prevent themselves from getting infected. But then I felt it wasn't enough. I wanted to do more. I really wanted to do more. So I called colleagues that worked in other government hospitals, asking if there was any ongoing research that I could be a part of. The answers were the same everywhere. There was no ongoing research at that time. I'll never forget the turmoil I faced when I started entertaining the thoughts of volunteering in an isolation center. My heart was beating really fast. But I was afraid. In spite of my fear, I went ahead and applied. That singular action has become the core of everything that I've gone on to experience in the past couple months. The fact that no matter how afraid you are, you should take baby steps. You see, no one ever moves forward by standing still. It's okay to be afraid, but just move. Because fear is such a powerful, crippling emotion that keeps its victims in bondage. You just find that you can't do anything. You can't take any decision. There, fixed. And so, move. It's hard and it seems cheesy, but just take the step and then just watch how things fall into place, because that's really what happened for me. Did I have legitimate fears to be worried? Of course I did. The very first fear was the fear of contracting the virus. The second thing was that I had 3 little children, all boys, who have been at the center of every permanently into the center. I remember when I left home, the thought occurred to me, what if this was the last time I said goodbye to my children? What if I never saw them again? But typical Niger style, I rebuked the thought and said, God forbid, I will live and not die. You know, but as funny as that sounds, it was my faith that kept me through this period. It's what has kept me, it's what is still keeping me. Because there have been times where my decision has been questioned. I would never forget the time when I was in the center and my N95 mask snapped. And there I was, you know, wondering and worried about what would happen. Of course, I left immediately to doff and decontaminate. But then those fears still linger. But one thing I know has kept me is knowing that I have trusted and believed that God would honor my obedience to keep me safe. One question I usually get from a lot of people is, how were you able to leave your kids at home to do this? It wasn't the easiest decision to make. I remember on Children's Day and Mother's Day, I came online to see other mothers united with their kids and bonding during the lockdown. And I remember feeling bad But I realized that in the grand scheme of their entire lives, 3 months was the sacrifice I was willing to make to serve humanity and also exemplify courage and selflessness to them. Of course, none of these would have been possible without an amazing support system. You see, the most amazing thing a person can have on their life's journey is to have people that support you, people that cheer you on, and people that encourage you. And for me, it's been my husband, my parents, my sisters, my kids' nanny, and of course, my wonderful friends. At different points in time, these people have come together to support me, to support and help my children. And even at times when I've had depressing moments, just walking there and being overwhelmed, a call has come in to lift me up, surprise food has come in, and these are the things that keep me going. My colleagues and I have settled into our new reality, wearing our safety boots, our N95 masks, which are uncomfortable, by the way, and sweating in our hazmat suits. But we've been able to do it. We've been able to brace up to the challenges, and we've been able to relish the joy that comes with seeing our patients, some of whom have had severe and critical symptoms, see them get better and go home to be rejoined in society. Imagine what will happen if you left this gathering ready to take on your dreams. Imagine what the world would be like if we all did it afraid. Thank you.
All right, so welcome back to the Amsul Scientific Conference. We're still running and we're still live. Just watch a video from a TEDx speaker, and I hope you learned a lot from it. And these are presentations or these are research articles who could not meet up with certain specifications to be presented today. However, I want to give them the chance to still see the limelight of the ceremony, and hopefully everyone of us can learn from it.
A special presentation that we will be putting up today is from Olaoluwa Olori Adesina. It's on the knowledge, attitude, and practices of recycling amongst health students of OACH of the state of up now. And then after that, we going on for presentation, which will probably be switching physical. So me and Kenneth will not be in the same. So we will be everyone. So thank you so much. so much for coming and having and giving us your time today. We have Dr. Adiseta from the Department of
We also have I will also have you, I will have slides here today.
Thank you so much. We have 4 oral presentations going on today. I think that research the first one is based on what is perception.
Yes, but only because of the fact that all the sounds are together, I was using my
It is by posting really around
I remember the first time being to I remember the first time I would see that we're and someone made it very particularly nasty comment about my body. And that comment definitely touched for the longest time. And over time, I tried to keep it with standards, but it did not work. And so what I did later on was to accept and love myself for who I was. And I realized that my body was a perfect shape. And it reminds me of a quote that my American biologist said, the moment you change your profession, the moment you rewrite the chemistry of your body. Today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Onawe Tosin. I'm a final year medical student of the College of Medicine, University of New York. I'm a special body introduction, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, recommendations, and learning. So by way of introduction, in our current world, it is not are currently struggling to lose or gain weight in order to maintain a perfect health. And this is largely I remember reading a report 2 days ago and showed that 6 out of 10 girls at the hospital 6 out of 10. And a study in Australia showed that 80% of adolescent girls by the time they reach 10 years of age were already concerned about becoming fat. This is a major problem. Body image, what is body image? Body image is a multi-dimensional concept which simply describes how an individual thinks, feels, or acts regarding his body. Body image is of 2 types, it can be positive or negative, and negative body image is known as body dissatisfaction. Body dissatisfaction is commonly accompanied by abnormal eating behavior known as eating disorders, and eating disorders are serious psychiatric illnesses which have detrimental effects on the health of the sufferers, their relationships. Next slide. So the specific objectives of this study were 1, to assess the body image perception of adolescents in private secondary schools in Surrey local government area, study the prevalence of eating disorders among adolescents in private secondary schools in Surrey local government area, and to determine the factors associated with eating disorders and prevalence of body image perception of adolescents in private secondary schools in Surrey local government area. Next slide. This was a descriptive cross-sectional study carried out in private secondary schools in Surrey local government area. A total of 340 respondents participated in this study, and sample size was determined using the corporate formula. A multi-stage sampling method was employed. Data collection tools included a pre-tested questionnaire, which included some type of rating scale and eating attitude test. Data collection technique was self-administered. Data entry and analysis was done with every input version 7.0, and data presentation was taken. Ethical approval was gotten from the health research and ethics committee of the Lagos University Hospital. Written informed consent was gotten from the respondents. So this is a bar chart showing the social demographic characteristics of the respondents. 84% of the respondents were aged between 12 and 15 years. Females comprise half of the population, 43% of the respondents were in SS1, and 82% of the respondents were Christian. A bar chart showing the social factors related to eating disorders among the respondents. Out of a total of 340 respondents, 21% reported having suffered from family loss or traumatic stress. Some 3% reported feeling stressed out, 23% reported being informed by people, and 29% reported that social media affects their body image. So this is a pie chart showing the body image perception of respondents. Out of a total of 340 respondents, a whopping 60% were shown to be satisfied with their body, while 44% satisfied. Next slide. Of the dissatisfied proportion, we find out that females have more productivity than males. Next slide. So here we have the table showing the relationship between psychosocial factors. We see here that having suffered a family loss or trauma event and having of speech stressor were found to be significantly associated with the development of disorder and ended by a p-value of 0.044 and a p-value of 0.010 respectively. Here we also see that social media, even though some respondents reported that social media affects their body, this was however shown not to be significant with the development of disorder. So on the other hand, being informed by people was shown to be significantly associated with the development of disorder and evidenced by a p-value of 0.042. So in conclusion, there was a high rate of body satisfaction and eating disorder among rate of body satisfaction and prevalence was higher among people. So for my recommendation, they are positive body image promotion, creation of awareness of eating disorder among athletes, schools should engage medical professionals and psychiatrists to regularly screen diagnose and manage
to access the knowledge of mothers in types on the types and causes of domestic accidents, to know the prevalence of domestic accidents in children under 5 in Mushin local government area in Nigeria, to know the management practices that are employed in domestic accidents that have occurred 6 months prior and at the time of conducting the research, and also management practices that they will employ, and also determine what that was done. 126 mothers, they're the ones that were the respondents. Okay? And the sample size was determined using Cochrane formula, and I got my p-value from a related similar study done in Madagali, Adamawa State, and I the prevalence of the accidents in time at the time of random sampling method, and I used a convenient sample at some point to select the 6 local government areas that were closest to College of Medicine University of Lagos, and simple random sampling along the line, select the households, and the respondents eventually. And data was collected using a semi-structured, open-ended interview questionnaire, and I used Kobo Toolbar to collect my data. It was analyzed using Microsoft Excel and FE Info. Next slide, please. Chi-square was used to test for association between the independent and dependent variables, that between the social demographic characteristics like the age, the gender, and the knowledge, prevalence management, and prevention of the domestic accidents, and ethical of overall reporting from HWOC, College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the results, you can see the age distribution of the respondents was mostly between 18 to 16 years of age. The mean mothers of the age was 32 years, and it was striking because mothers between 30 to 34 seemed to be the most knowledgeable, and they were the mother age, of course, too. For the mothers' highest level of education, most of the mothers, about 61.7% of them had attained secondary education, while only about 45.9% had attained tertiary education. Out of 5 of the people that had attained a tertiary education actually had good knowledge, and good knowledge was the smallest amount of people that had was the smallest number for people that had knowledge on domestic accidents. There was no significant association between the level of education and management or prevention. Next slide, please. So for the mothers' wealth quintiles, as we can see from here, we see that the mothers who were richest, mothers who were richest were the ones with the first amount of knowledge and least for knowledge. And this does not correlate with the fact that mothers within the wealth quintile 2 and 3 were the ones that had the most appropriate management practices. So it shows that there was really no significant association between the acquisition of wealth and if they could properly manage accidents. All right, please. Next, please. For knowledge on domestic accident, most of the mothers, about 73.3, had the poor knowledge of accidents. Just 2% had good knowledge. 26% had moderate knowledge of accidents on the types and causes of domestic accidents. And if I might add also, cuts were the most accidents I was seeing in the kitchen, accidents I was seeing in the bedrooms, bathrooms, and surrounding environment. Now, for occurrence of accidents, when I asked the mothers, they said that most times they felt that most of the accidents occurred in the kitchen, about 35.3%. Next slide, please. For the prevalence, it was shown 27.5% of the mothers' children had an accident at the time the research and 6 months prior to the time, and it mostly affected females. The 51.5% of females were the ones affected compared to their male counterparts, and this was mostly related to studies done in rural areas of India. Next, please. Management, next, please. So for the management of domestic accidents, it was seen that most of the mothers actually did first aid at home, albeit it could have been inappropriate, while 7% decided to employ first aid practices and management in the home. 20% went to the hospital straight away. There are other management practices like no intervention. Some did not do anything, while some went to religious houses, churches, mosques, and just 1% went to traditional bone center for fractures. Next, please.
For the appointment of management practices, 68% of the mothers manage their domestic accidents properly. Some use potentially harmful practices like for falls, they're using things like kerosene for cuts, petrol, injection of poisonous substances, they're giving palm oil, honey. For drowning, for example, most of them were doing compression of the abdomen. Not a lot of them knew much about CPR. Some were putting onions in their children's noses. Some used salt, toothpaste, shea butter to handle some accidents like burns. Then electrical accidents, some mothers didn't do anything for intervention, and some mothers used malt and milk for an electrical accident. Next, please. So for the knowledge on the prevention practices employed, just 9% of them actually had good knowledge on the prevention of accidents. It probably be because it was an open-ended questionnaire, it was semi-structured, and it was interviewable, so they were really not seeing anything, and I just expected them to remember because I did not, so there could have been a recall bias for these results. For the discussion, the respondents of this study were not knowledgeable about the types and causes of domestic accident. Just 2% of them had good knowledge. I've already mentioned that. And this is similar to a study done in Shakia government in Egypt, that's Northern Africa, where more than half of the mothers had little knowledge on domestic accidents. The prevalence of domestic accidents, it was shown that there were more females that were actually affected by domestic accidents, and this was also noted in a cross-sectional study done in rural area of India, 3.9%. Next, please. Next, please. So 60 mothers managed the accidents appropriately, and this actually differed from what was seen in southern Indian village. Only 39% of the injuries were treated appropriately, and 29% were treated home-based mother, which were mostly inappropriate. So generally, according to literature review, a lot of studies seem to correlate method because a lot of mothers did not really know what to do, and they were using inappropriate practices, even though largely they employed good management practices. That's for the people that's treated at home. Then according to the study, only 9% of mothers had good preventive practice, and this is similar to individual accidents reported in a study done in accessing mothers' knowledge in Baghdad area of Iraq. Next, please. In conclusion, the study demonstrates that knowledge of mothers and domestic accidents were generally poor, especially for their level of education and their socioeconomic status. They, however, had appropriate management practices in accidents that occurred. Mothers' preventive practices were significantly associated with their knowledge on domestic accidents. So here are my recommendations. It's imperative that there's an increased maternal awareness with respect to home accidents that occur. And it's especially important that mothers are involved in interior design of their homes because they are the ones that at least mostly in our clients that are the chief caregivers. And so it's important that in the construction of the home, they try to arrange the home in such a way that the children are not, they don't fall privy to domestic accidents. More translation and implementation research is especially needed to establish the extent to which substances can be used, and if possible to really put in the WHO guidelines for those that might not even be able to afford proper healthcare systems, and these guidelines will be able to improve emergency medical care in pediatric hospital settings just before they get to the hospital. Now, thank you very much for listening. Here are my references.
Thank you so much, Sean. We want to mention that we will be taking questions on the presentations after they're done. And so if you have any questions, you simply need to just write it down so that the presenters can acknowledge them after. Please don't forget.
Also, we'd like to appreciate everyone for still staying with us. Also, thank you for being COVID compliant and wearing your mask. We really appreciate it. We'll be bringing in the next presenter. Her presentation is on knowledge, preventive practice, and psychological impact of COVID-19 pandemic among medical and dental students of the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Please welcome Victoria Abiola Bakari while she gives us her presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victoria Abiola Bakari. I'm a senior level medical student, and please permit me to stand on existing protocol. Oh, let me take this off. Okay. My study that we're presenting this morning is on knowledge, preventive practice, and the psychological impact of COVID-19 pandemic among medical and dental students of the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, please next. Okay, this is my outline. I will take you through it as we go along. Next slide, please. Okay. Let me just do a brief introduction of what coronaviruses are, even though I'm very, very sure that that's like the most popular word right now, coronavirus. So coronaviruses are a family of enveloped single-stranded ribonucleic acid viruses that infect birds, mammals, and they cause respiratory tract diseases majorly in humans, ranging from mostly mild to severe cases. Now, there have been cases of viruses affecting infecting humans in the past. Cases like the severe acute respiratory syndrome, also called SARS, the H5N1 influenza A, H1N1 2009, and the Middle East respiratory syndrome coronavirus. They represent instances where coronaviruses have proved to, place a massive burden on the public health and global sector. Coronavirus disease 2019 is an infection caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, being that it's very similar to the previous coronavirus that caused the SARS. And on March 11th, it was declared a global pandemic by the WHO due to its rapid spread. Next slide, please. Now, it's worthy of note that the resultant fear and panic induced by the pandemic is further compounded by drastic public health measures, such as the community-wide confinement in Lagos and other states in Nigeria. This fear can give rise to psychological distress through amplified negative emotional responses, leading to short and long-term effects on the well-being of individuals and their community at large. Also, the Nigerian government's shutdown of schools. Well, as we all know, schools were shut down for a very long time in a bid to contain the infection by the Nigerian government. This shutdown has hindered academic activities across the country, particularly for medical and dental students, whose education is mostly focused on clinic and patient care. The disadvantage being that their typical training, which includes visiting clinics, reviewing patients and witnessing procedures, were harmed. Next slide, please. Okay, the objectives of my study were to assess the knowledge of COVID-19 among medical and dental students of the University of Lagos, to determine their preventive practices towards COVID-19, to assess the psychological impact of COVID-19 pandemic on medical and dental students of the University of Lagos, and to determine the factors that affect preventive practices against COVID-19 among medical and dental students of the university. Thank you. Next slide, please. This was a descriptive cross-sectional study. The study location was College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Among 597 medical and dental students, and I used the Cochrane formula. Systematic sampling technique was used as a sampling method, and a semi-structured pre-tested questionnaire was uploaded on Google survey platform, assessed online by the respondents. It also included the depression, anxiety, and stress scale, which was used to assess for psychological impact. Next slide, please. Okay, it was self-administered by the respondent. For data entry and analysis, EpiInfo version 7.2.1 software was used. Frequency tables were generated. Univariate and bivariate analysis were conducted using a p-value of less than 0.05 for statistical significance. Ethical approval was obtained from the Health Research and Ethics Committee of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, and informed consent was duly obtained from each participant. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the results of the study. This is just like a brief rundown before we go to the figures. The mean age of respondents in this study, which were the medical and dental students of the University of Lagos, was 22. They were 22 years old. That was the mean age. And more than half, about 56.6 of them, were females. Most respondents had correct knowledge of preventive measures against the disease. And you can see here that only 1/5 of respondents were actually worried as at the time of conducting the study, which was conducted last year, between June 6th to June 24th. Only 1/5 of respondents were worried about contracting COVID-19 infection. Less than half of respondents, for 3.4%, had the correct health-seeking behavior regarding COVID-19 infection. And a little over 2/5, that's 44.7% of respondents, had experienced some degree of psychological impact during the pandemic. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a figure showing the level of knowledge among people that responded to the study. So at the time that the study was carried out. So you can see that a good majority of respondents had good knowledge, 91%. Next slide, please. Okay, we can see here that there was good practice, 60.8%, and poor practice was just 39.2%. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a table, a figure showing the level of depression, anxiety, and stress symptoms. I mentioned earlier that it was 44.3% of respondents that actually had symptoms of psychological impact of the pandemic. But we can see that, well, more of them were normal. But I think the highest symptoms of psychological impact actually shown was depression, followed by anxiety and then stress. Okay, moving to the factors that affected respondents regarding their level of preventive practices. There were factors that have influenced good preventive practice, and there were factors that influenced poor preventive practice. So from here we can see that the factors that influenced good preventive practice were if the respondent knew someone with a previous COVID-19 infection, they were more likely to have good preventive practice against the infection. And if they resided in an urban area, we know Lagos State is an urban area, and this study was largely carried out in Lagos State. Factors that influence poor preventive practice were being of the male gender, being in a lower clinical level, being in a preclinical level or preclinical year, and not having knowledge of or not having good knowledge of the COVID-19 virus influence for preventive practice. So, sorry, can you enlarge it, please? Thank you. So, my discussion is showing that majority of respondents had good knowledge of COVID-19, and this finding disagree with a study that was carried out in Ethiopia, where less than average of respondents had high knowledge of the disease. A little more than half of the respondents had good preventive practice towards COVID-19, and it agreed with a similar study in Cameroon, where the same amount, 60.8% of respondents also had good practice. Finding on my study also agreed with, next slide, please. Yeah, finding on my study also agreed with another study where 1/5 of respondents had experienced depressive stress and anxiety symptoms respectively. And furthermore, respondents who were male in their preclinical year had poor knowledge of COVID-19 and had a low risk perception of COVID-19. Next. Okay. Respondents had good. Can you hear me? It didn't correspond to the high level of knowledge. So my recommendations on the study would be that, next slide, please. There was a need for intensified programs, educational programs at the university community and even the national level by the university, investment management and government bodies as well, to provide resources that would, improve preventive practice and promote psychological well-being among medical and dental students respectively. These are my references. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you so much, Victoria. Just a reminder, you are still at the Amsul Scientific Conference 2021. I'll take a round of applause. And thank you to all the Amsulites and senior colleague present. We just received 3 of our presenters, and we're taking in the last and only scheme, awareness, knowledge, and willingness to pay among artisans in Surulere local government area. Timothy, okay, Oluwatosin. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like you to consider something before I begin. Really think of something that is really important and that might be confusing to understand. To some of you, it might be relationship. To some of you, it might be your career. And then to some others, in this environment, it might be a subject, say pharmacology or whatsoever the course might be. In 1942, a British politician by name William Beveridge established that he hypothesized that there were 5 greatest evils that could affect or threaten the development of the United Kingdom. And the 5 that were listed were want, diseases, it listed want, diseases, ignorance, squalor, and then the last one, which is not doing anything, idleness. And amongst these, he stated that if diseases were attacked or if diseases was paid attention to and attention was paid to it, then a nation will be healthier as well as wealthier. So in this case, this was the premise upon which the National Health Service was established. I, Okelua Tosin, will be presenting the topic, the Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme, awareness, knowledge, and willingness to pay amongst artisans in Lagos State, Surulere local government area. And the outline I'll be using goes thus: introduction, the aims and objectives, the methodology, my results, as well as the conclusion. We understand, next slide. We understand that, the next slide, please. The effectiveness of a state or a nation universal healthcare can be a major determinant of improved health outcome for its citizens, especially the poor. Much attention may have not been paid to the artisan group, despite their contribution to the development of a nation. And who are the artisans? Artisans are people that work with their hand, and then we see that there is a link between wealth creation and development. And that link between wealth creation and development is health. Presently, less than 5% are under the national health insurance coverage of Nigeria. And this percentage is actually under the formal division. And then we see that there is a new scheme, which is the Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme. So it was therefore imminent and important for us not to make the same mistake that national health insurance has made. And so this study served as a framework upon which other studies and sustainability of this newly established Lagos State Health Insurance can be. Increased utilization of health insurance, especially among the informal sector workers, will improve universal health coverage. The aim of my study, next slide, the aim of my study was to determine the awareness, the knowledge, and then the willingness to pay and factors affecting willingness to pay for health insurance, particularly amongst artisans, which actually form the informal sector workers in Surulere local government area of Lagos State. In my study, the methodology was a descriptive cross-sectional study. I used the multi-stage sampling technique in choosing 400 artisans among the artisans in Surulere local government, and the data was collected by an interviewer-based questionnaire, which was adapted from reviewed literatures. And I used EpiInfo 7.1 for my analysis, and the level of significance was set at
less than 0.05. From my study, it was discovered that the mean age of respondents was 34.6 plus or minus 10.4 years. So in total, this just amounts to the fact that most of the people that are artisans are in their middle age. In this study, more than half of the artisans, which is about 56.8% of the total respondents, were male, which is understandably so, because around this area, people who work with hands actually deal with manpower the most. And then the highest level of education noted was the secondary level of education. And about half of the respondents, which is 3%, 53.3% of the respondents, earn between 10,000 and 30,000 naira monthly. However, there are a lot of people that earn lower than that, and then few people that earn more than 30,000. Very few of the respondents in total, of the 400 respondents, which amounts to 17%, were aware of the existence of this newly established Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme. And among the aware group, 66% of them had good knowledge about the existence, about the scheme in total. And how was this good knowledge established? Like the awareness, like I said, 17% were aware, while 83% were not aware of the existence of the scheme at all. How was this good knowledge established? I had a total of 19 questions from my questionnaire. They assessed the knowledge. And people who scored above 50% were actually known to have good knowledge of the scheme. And people who scored less than 50% were noted to have poor knowledge of the scheme. Next slide, please. So these showed those that amongst the 17% that were aware of the group, 6% of them had good knowledge of the scheme, while 34% had poor knowledge of the scheme. Now, in determining the rate of willingness to pay, every of the respondents were actually put into the study, the 400 of them, not just the aware group. They were made to understand what the Lagos State Health Scheme was all about and then the benefits that they would get from it. Having done that, next slide, please. Having done that, we then divided the willingness to pay into those who were willing, those who were very willing, those who were unwilling, and those who were very unwilling, as well as those who were not sure where they belong. And then in total, we see from this pie chart, about 36.5% of them were willing to pay for the scheme, about 11.8% were very willing, 8.5% were very unwilling, 32.3% were unwilling, and about 11% were not sure. So these people could either go towards the willing, having been explained to, or the unwilling. Can we go to the next slide, please? From this study, like I said earlier, 17% of them were out of the group, of the existence of Lagos State Health Scheme, which may be attributed to its recent establishment. It was, however, established in May 2015. Having understood the scheme, about half, 54.5%, eventually were willing to join the scheme. And then among the reasons stated by those that were unwilling to join the scheme, majority of the reason was actually lack of trust in government program. However, topping the list after the lack of trust in government program was also not having enough money for the program. However, there were also reasons like some of them believe they do not fall sick and all. And then we all understand that those who are uninsured are just one accident or one illness away from bankruptcy. In this study, there was a statistically significant relationship between willingness to pay for the scheme and each of the following: educational status, marital status, and then the estimated monthly income. This was a directly proportional relationship. Those who had higher level of education were willing to pay more for the scheme, and those who earned more were willing to pay more for the scheme. Conclusion. And my conclusion, as well as recommendation from this study, is such that awareness creation for health insurance scheme is very important to increase consumers' willingness to pay for the same. Hence, measures in creating more awareness through social media, association meetings, and continuous education of its importance among the artisans is key to improving its utilization. How would you pay for what you are not really aware of in the first instance, or what you don't have enough knowledge of? And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hands together for him once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll be taking questions now. We would like to remind you that we have 3 judges amongst us. Please let's give a round of applause for our judges. We have Dr. Akishete from the Pediatrics Department. Please let's give him a round of applause. We have Dr. Akiton, also from the Pediatrics Department. Let's give him a round of applause. And our final judge of today is Dr. Sorry. I'm sorry. Our last judge is Dr. Olorunfemi from the Obstetrics and Gynecology. Sorry for the mix-up. We have some judges who are virtual, so I was trying to make sure we don't mix them up with our physical judges. After the judges take questions, we'll be taking questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, you can signal to us and we'll come around to have questions from you. Do our judges please have any questions for our presenters?
So we're taking questions now. We're taking questions first from our judges and then the attendees. So are there any attendees that have questions?
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. For the third presenter that talked about COVID-19, he said he used a Google, used a document on the Google. I was wondering how you were able to assess depression in there. It wasn't clear to me.
So can you repeat the question? She didn't quite hear it.
The level of their depression. That's what I said. So how did you do that?
Sorry, Ma. You said how I was able to assess the. Oh, okay. Level of depression study. Thank you for the question, Ma. I would not say I was able to assess their level of depression. I was able to assess the level, assess the depressive symptoms. They're called symptoms of depression. And it was done using a DASS scale, yes, DASS 21 scale, which is the depression, anxiety, and stress scale. I think the scale 21 is the shortened form. And according to the scale, there are 7 questions for assessing depression, assessing the psychometric parameters in depression for depressive symptoms. There are 7 questions for assessing the psychometric parameters in the anxiety scale, and there are also 7 questions for the stress scale. So doing the calculation, by the time the respondents answer each question on a scale of oh, thank you, ma'am.
Everybody has together for her. All right, so we're taking questions from the attendees now. Okay, another question from a judge. Everybody has together for Dr. Olorunfemi.
Yes, I congratulate the presenters for getting this far. And when I just flip back and wonder if I will be able to perform this much when I was at this stage. And I want to also congratulate the Amsul Electoral Board for putting up this event. Having said that, yes, we are here to judge, but I must first say that all of you, all the presenters today, they are all winners for being able to get this far and for their sterling performance. But I just want to share a bit of general comments that will be useful for the presenters and everybody in the audience, especially when we now have to start presenting at international forum. For the introduction, it is not only in your results section that you flash pictures. You can also look for nice buildings, nice pictures that depict what you want to discuss under your introduction. Because the whole essence of your slides is to catch the attention of the audience. Gone were the days where most of the slides are supposed to just be words. You can also use pictures in the introduction. Don't wait till results before you flash pictures. Then generally, these days, we want you to use fewer words on your slide. Okay, some even say you shouldn't go beyond 5, 6 lines on a slide. Okay, you just have 5, 6 lines and you talk to them. If you have pictures, fine, and you talk to them. Then most of you have so many objectives. Okay, if you have so much objective like that, the issues you run into will be that you need to build a case for the objective in your production, and your results must answer all the objectives. And when you get to the methodology too, you must let us see how you were able to address each of the objectives. So you see that it's a lot of trouble doing that within 8 minutes. So it is always better for you to limit the number of objectives you work with. Then somehow I'm a methodologist, so I'm not too happy with most of the methods. Of course, at your level, fine, but maybe because of that background. From your research design, most of you said your study was a descriptive cross-sectional study. If your study is a descriptive cross-sectional study, you cannot have a p-value. By the time you have a p-value in your work, it becomes an analytical study or a comparative study. For you to ever have a p-value, you must be dealing with comparative study or analytical study and not descriptive. Descriptive means you are just telling us figures, percentages, mean, and all that. So, but most of you still went on to start giving us p-values. So from there, we know that your study is not descriptive. Then most of you just mentioned the big word of the sampling technique, multi-stage, systematic, and all that. Yes, you may say that, but we are more interested in you telling us how you actually conducted the study. How did you come up by to say that this study you are presenting is a multi-stage study? You can summarize it. I think maybe one or two of you got that, but most of you didn't get that. Then from there, the type of tool you use, you should be able to mention it clearly for us to be able to know. And most of you too, maybe please at this stage, we should start being friendly with statistics. Most of you just mention statistics in passing, whereas the core of research is the type of statistical tool you apply. So you must take 2 seconds or to 46 seconds to tell us those statistical tools that you utilize. We shouldn't be seeing them only in your results section. If you use a chi-square, we shouldn't just see chi-square in your results section. You must have told us that in your methodology. So those are the issues I just say for general knowledge, we should just, and then discussion. When you are discussing, you must relate your result with the literature. What is happening with what you find in literature? And in particular, too, when you are describing your results, there's a difference between result and data. When I say 70% are male, 35% wear glasses, saying that means I'm just presenting data. The result will be that 2/3 of Well, more than two-thirds of the participants were male. About a third of the participants were put on glasses. So you see the difference between the two. So please, whenever we present at international fora, even if you didn't have it there, just quickly start bringing up those results rather than telling us data. It's very important. So these are just some few comments I feel may benefit us in the others. Thank you. And sorry, just the last, please, for presentation, you expect to read your slide over and over, present yourself over and over, such that you will minimally be reading from the slide. This is very, very important. And even when there are technical issues, you don't care because you have most of the slides with you and you just keep moving on. So once again, I congratulate Amsul for this and we hope to see more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please,
Let's give a
Governor,
round
again.
of applause for our judges.
All right.
Give a round of applause
Are there
for our
attendees with questions?
Okay, we have one question, two. Any other questions, please? I'll be starting from the back. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is Mora Tochukwu. Okay, for a presenter that presented the topic about psychological impact of COVID-19 among medical students in Unilag, I want to know. You said one of the reasons why the male gender was a risk factor to a higher stress level. So I want to know why, because other studies done outside the country show that women actually had higher anxiety level in COVID-19 impact. So is it just because they don't have higher knowledge, as you said, or are there other factors that are attributed to this? Then for the presentation, Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme Awareness Relief. You made mention of certain things that need to be done awareness, but then okay, Lagos State government has this health insurance for like children that are 5 years, but still, I don't think it's that effective because most of them end up like still paying for some things. Don't you think that this can be a hindrance for students, for these parents to like actually, or people to actually imbibe this health scheme also? Then okay, I also want to know what questions or criteria you use to determine if these people really had good knowledge, because according to your study, it showed that a lot of people that actually responded to the questionnaire had higher knowledge, good knowledge about this health insurance scheme. So what questions or criteria do you use to determine that?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Your question directed to me on the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. I didn't actually get what you said. You mentioned something about other studies having a higher anxiety. Can you please go over your question again? Thank you.
Okay, I said some studies on, not in Nigeria though, outside in the Western country where COVID-19 is actually very high. Okay, I said some studies done outside Nigeria, actually in the Western world where the COVID-19 impact is very high. It is found out that women actually have a high anxiety level or stress, psychological levels to stress due to COVID-19. Now, you're saying that the male gender is actually a higher risk factor for higher stress levels among medical students here. So I want to know why males are actually more predisposed to this. Is it because, according to you, that they don't have higher knowledge as compared to the female gender? Okay, so
all right. Can I answer your question? Okay. In answer to your question, my fourth objective was to assess or determine the factors that influence preventive practices of medical and dental students. So me saying that the male gender had poor preventive practices, I never mentioned that they have or they have poorer or they have less depression or anxiety than the female gender. So that was in relation to the preventive practices. Thank you. And I would read up on the studies that you said have higher anxieties in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so for the second presenter that talked about uh, Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme awareness, something about Surulere. Okay, I was going to ask, Lagos State has health insurance scheme, and I think they made it free for children that are kind of less than 5 years old. But then this health insurance scheme has not been that effective. So
Has not been what?
the health insurance scheme has not been that effective. So don't you think that this will be like a factor why people are not actually willing to engage in this health insurance scheme? Then also, uh, you said most of the people that responded to your questionnaire actually had good knowledge. I think 60% or so had good knowledge about the health insurance scheme. So I want to know what questions or criteria did you use to determine that these people actually had the high knowledge of the health insurance scheme? Because if you consider Nigeria in general, I don't think most people are actually aware, but I want to know.
All right. I got your second question clearly, but I didn't get the first clearly. But I will start with the second. From the second, you said most of them had good knowledge. However, I pointed out that the people who had good knowledge or the knowledge-based parts of the questionnaire was first based on those who were aware of it. And remember, 17% were aware of the existence of the scheme. So the good knowledge, the 66%, was from the 17%. I don't know if you get that. Was from the 17% that were aware. So yes, they were aware of its existence, either by radio, social media, newspaper, or whatsoever form. And then from there, then I now assess their knowledge. And how I assess their knowledge, like I mentioned earlier, was it was a structured questionnaire I used, adapted from literatures. And then I was able to look at Lagos State Health Insurance, what it entails, and then questions were structured around what it entails to see how much of the knowledge they have, despite being aware of the existence of the scheme. I don't know if I was able to answer that question. Was I? Then the first one, which I didn't get clearly, you said Lagos State has an existing health insurance scheme, and then there is another one.
I think the health insurance scheme is free for, I think, free for children less than 5 years, I think so. But then most people that actually parents still end up paying for these activities, like some certain things. So won't it be a hindrance for like from people from engaging or accepting this health insurance scheme per se?
I think you're wrong by saying
Just don't worry, don't worry.
You said what?
You can leave the question.
All right. Please attendee, you can meet Timothy okay afterwards to
Okay,
have a more elaborate
take our
understanding.
last question.
All right.
Thank you very much. So it's about what he asked about the Lagos health insurance scheme. Because to me, based on your questionnaire, I feel that other people, in fact, it's about the question he asked. Because I feel that most illiterates know about this health insurance scheme, even if they don't watch it through media or TV. At least they know that okay, there's a government that will handle this, that will pay for them. And according to your recommendation, you said that something about awareness for people to pay. What if I'm a poor person? I'm living in a country called Nigeria. I'm struggling. I'm hustling. I don't have the money to pay. How will you convince those to pay? Because they can't even pay at cost. Like, is there another way or policy that government can make?
All right. So presently, what exists is the health insurance scheme, particularly the one by Lagos State, has been highly subsidized, such that an individual pay about 8,000 for a year, and then a family of six pays about 40,000 for a year. There was this illustration of a woman who was sick, terribly sick, that came to the hospital on ward, and then she said she had no money. She was an artisan, that she had no money to pay, and then there were basic investigations that had to be done, and then also she said she had problem with feeding. However, this woman has spent, she had been able to also about 40,000 naira from wherever it came from, and she was really poor. You know, she was poor. And then think about it. If that person could also 40,000 naira, and then you pay that 40,000 naira for a family of six, you'll be covered for the year. And then that can also cover preventive practices. You know, prevention is better than cure. It might not have gotten to this stage that it is now if she goes for regular checkup. So I understand that some people live below whatever the level is in Nigeria, which I'm not sure right now. But the thing is, it is as subsidized as they can, or it has been highly subsidized as much as they could. So health insurance is not such that it's free health. A particular amount has to be paid, however small.
Fine, Lola. Let's go. Wonderful volunteers. You guys should smile to the camera. Smile to the camera. SPIC, smart with camera.
All right, so in the meantime, while we work on it, I want you to connect to the conference virtually. So once you connect to the conference virtually on your phone, you understand? The link is right there on our Amsul forum. Just click the link, join in, and we'll be having the virtual presentation start in a minute. All right, so do you understand what I said? So I'm moving the conference virtually again, so you can connect on your phone, and then we'll have the next set of virtual presentations happen on there. Daniel is Agbonoga, and she'll be presenting on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on delivering adequate healthcare services to our patients in Nigeria. Right? So please connect on your phone. The link is on the Amsul forum. Once you join in, the presentation will be happening on there. Thank you so much.
He's Agbonoga, and I'll be presenting our research titled Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Utilization and Delivery of Healthcare Services Among Outpatients in Nigeria. These are my co-authors, and we are all affiliated with the College Research and Innovation Hub, College of Medicine. The coronavirus infection, which is predominantly a highly contagious respiratory illness, was declared a pandemic in March 2020 by the World Health Organization. To mitigate the worldwide spread of the COVID-19 virus, global infection control measures, which include various lockdown models, isolation protocols, restriction of movement, amongst others, by countries were put in place. Many hospitals additionally adopted protocols like reducing the number of medical staff, especially the vulnerable age groups such as pregnant staff and those with underlying health conditions, and encouraging healthcare staff at risk to work from home. Also, most health institutions cancelled elective procedures while maximizing resources available to adequately respond to the COVID-19 emergencies ravaging the healthcare system. These measures have had an immense impact on patronage and utilization of health services and have resulted in the interruption or outright delay in receiving care, especially among patients with non-COVID-19 emergencies. The World Health Organization report estimates an additional 1 million more infant deaths due to the declining access to child and maternal health services perpetrated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and also additionally acknowledge the vulnerability of people living with non-communicable diseases. These realities are more ominous for low-income countries such as Nigeria, with a poorly structured, understaffed, and underperforming health system even before the pandemic. The present study aims to evaluate the impact of the pandemic on healthcare utilization by outpatients and service delivery at the Apex Hospital in Nigeria, which receives a rich influx of patients from all over the country and is also not left out in the heat of the pandemic. Outpatients clinic constitutes an important component of care delivery, serving as gatekeepers in the early diagnosis, treatment, management, and follow-up of medical and surgical ailments. Tracking changes in patronage and in inflow of patients in outpatient clinics serve as a useful gauge to assess how well patients utilize healthcare services. Methods. A retrospective cross-sectional study design was utilized in sampling outpatients. The respondents were interviewed using convenience sampling between August 2020 and September 2020. Only participants who were aged above had received healthcare services before the pandemic and during the pandemic were eligible to participate. The study was carried out among outpatients of the University College Hospital Ibadan. It is the apex hospital in Nigeria and receives high patronage of patients from all 6 regions of the country and thus sees patients from diverse socio-demographic and socio-economic backgrounds. The hospital has specialists in various fields and medicine and is a frontier for the advancement of medical education and research in the country. Changes in the utilization of healthcare services before and during the pandemic were tested for significance using a t-test. The level of statistical significance was considered at 0.05 at 95% confidence limit. Results. Of the 373 responses analyzed, 145 respondents were males, while 228 were females. That's about 61%. The number of times respondents visited the hospital for healthcare services was assessed before and during the pandemic, and the difference in the number of hospital visits before and during the pandemic was significant. Some respondents identified restrictions to movement and fear of contracting the virus as reasons for phobia for the hospital during the pandemic. Participants rated healthcare service delivery before the pandemic as good, while that during the pandemic as average. About 67% and 76% respectively scored the hospital good or excellent in keeping them safe and ensuring adherence to the preventive protocols. Many patients believe they could benefit from a virtual consultation as shown in this table during the pandemic. Though 249 respondents, which make up about 66.8% of all the participants, opined that it should be a more regular feature of healthcare delivery to reduce patients' burden in the hospital, yet more than half declined preference of a virtual consult over physical consultation. Also, during the pandemic, about 43% asserted that they had appointments which was rescheduled by the doctors. Conclusion and recommendation. The study observed a reduced rate of patronage among patients who had previously used these clinics. There was a decline in the quality of care delivered during the lockdown, and many had their appointments cancelled by doctors during the lockdown. Therefore, efforts should be made to remodel healthcare service delivery in the hospital and the country to avoid interruption of care. Finally, this experience calls for a rethink to telemedicine as many patients remain opposed to this model of care. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know if everyone has joined the virtual on their phone. We'll be taking the next virtual presentation with ASC 009. But before we do that, we would like to appreciate the judges that are online virtually. We have Professor Okubadejo from the Department of Medicine, Dr. Ogbera from the Department of Medicine of LASUCOM. Also, we have Dr. Ogumbi from the Department of Medicine from UCH. We also have Dr. Salbi Hari, who is representing Dr. Okwade from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. And also we have Dr. Akashe from the Department of Medicine. And yeah, those are our virtual judges. So the next virtual presentation will be the ASC 009. Okay, if you're not able to join virtually, well, we have it on the screen.
My name is Rahim Bisola Rodia. I'll be presenting my research paper titled Knowledge, Attitude, and Prescribing Practices of Antimicrobials Among Doctors in the Outpatient Department of Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Idiaba, Lagos. I'll be going through the introduction, the aim, the methodology, the results, discussion, and a conclusion. Since discovery, antimicrobials have been very effective in curing infections and improving the quality of life until the rise of irrational prescription of antimicrobials. Antimicrobial prescription becomes inappropriate when there is overprescribing, inappropriate dosage or route of administration, and when patients do not complete their treatment. This has led to the development of resistance, adverse reactions, and increased healthcare costs, especially among low and middle income countries like Nigeria. The outpatient department is usually the first point of contact between the patient and the hospital. Therefore, it is important that we understand the knowledge, the driving forces, as well as the practices of prescribing antimicrobials, as this is a key step towards ensuring the rational use of antimicrobials. In this study, we aim to therefore determine the knowledge, the attitude, and prescribing practices of antimicrobials among doctors in the outpatient department of Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Idiaba, Lagos. This study was a cross-sectional study that was carried out using a consecutive sampling method. A total of 300 questionnaires were administered, while 259 were properly and completely filled, giving a response rate of 86.3%. All of the properly filled questionnaires were analyzed. Data was collected using a questionnaire adapted from previous studies. Data entry and analysis was done using EpiInfo software version 7. Quantitative data was presented in tables and analyzed as descriptive frequencies and proportions. Association between knowledge, requests for laboratory tests, and social demographic variables were tested using chi-square and Fisher's exact test. Level of significance was at p <0.05. In this study, found out that majority of the respondents had overall good knowledge of antibiotics and only 1.2% had poor knowledge. 60.6% were confident of their knowledge of antibiotics and 95.4% had good attitude towards prescribing. About 62.9% requested for a laboratory test before prescribing. However, only 44.4% prescribed based on guidelines, and more than half had received trainings on antibiotics prescription. 63.7% of the respondents had good prescribing practices and 36.3% had poor prescribing practices. There is a significant association between the years of work experience and knowledge of prescribing antibiotics. This table is showing the factors that were considered by respondents before prescribing. They are out-of-patient payments, the national health insurance, cost of drug, availability of drug, drug promotion, functional institutional policy, severity of infection, the clinical response of patients, duration of infections, patient's expectation, as well as the fear of complication. This table is showing the association between the knowledge of antibiotics and social demographic characteristics of the respondents. In this study, 67% of the respondents prescribed based on clinical judgment and less than half prescribed using the guidelines. It is different from a study in South Africa where only 32.1% prescribed based on guidelines. 62.9% of the respondents in this study routinely requested for laboratory tests before prescribing. This is high compared to that of a study in India where 51% requested for laboratory tests before prescribing. It is even much higher than that of another study in Nigeria where only 49.5% prescribed based on laboratory tests. It was also found out in this study that from the 96 respondents that do not routinely request for a laboratory test before prescribing, 29.2% stated that this is due to the fact that results are always delayed, and 26% considered clinical diagnosis sufficient for their patient, while 8.3% stated that the patients cannot afford the test. Also, 24% gave other reasons, such as the need for empirical treatment before requesting for a laboratory test, and the clinical judgment based on the trend of prior antibiotic sensitivity of infections involved. In conclusion, majority of the respondents had good knowledge and positive attitude towards prescribing antibiotics, severity of infection, availability of drug, cost of drug, as well as clinical response of the patients were the major factors affecting the prescribing practices of the respondents. Based on these findings, it is recommended that antimicrobial stewardship programs should be introduced, as this will serve as an educational intervention to maintain, reinforce, as well as to update the doctor's knowledge on antibiotics. Also, antibiotic surveillance should be improved in order to reduce antimicrobial resistance. Frequent workshops and seminars should be organized by the hospital in different specialties, with special attention being paid to doctors with little work experience. That will be all for the research paper titled Knowledge, Attitude and Prescribing Practices of Antimicrobials Among Doctors in the Outpatient Department of Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Idiaraba, Lagos. Thank you for listening.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir, for joining us. He is representing the Dean of Dental Science. Okay. Thank you for being with us. Also, would like to recognize the representatives of Faculty of Clinical Sciences who are all virtually online with us.
Once again, thank you to our virtual audience for sticking with us. Welcome to the next virtual presenter. She'll be speaking on perception and use of traditional birth attendants among women in a rural local states. Let's welcome to Esther Dumila.
everyone. My name is Tolulope Oluwadumila, and I'll be presenting my research work titled Perception and Use of Traditional Birth Attendants Among Pregnant Women in a Rural Local Government Area in Lagos State. Even after a woman has had an uneventful delivery, a survival after the first 48 hours often depends largely on access to timely and competent care. And the use of traditional birth attendants, also known as TBAs, is one of the major threats to the reduction of maternal mortality in Africa. There is insufficient evidence on the major reasons why pregnant women in Nigeria choose to use TBAs, especially those who reside in rural areas, despite the associated risks. Therefore, the general aim of this study was to assess the perception and the use of traditional birth attendants among pregnant women in a rural local government area in Lagos State. The specific objectives were to determine the perception of pregnant women towards the use of traditional birth attendants in Ikorodu LGA, to determine for the reasons for the use of traditional birth attendants by pregnant women in Ikorodu LGA, Lagos State, to determine the services utilized by pregnant women at traditional birth homes in Ikorodu LGA, Lagos State, and lastly, to determine the factors associated with the use of traditional birth attendants traditional birth attendants only by pregnant women in Ikorodu LGA, Lagos State. This was a descriptive cross-sectional study that was conducted among pregnant women who were currently attending traditional birth homes in Ikorodu LGA and had resided in the local government area for at least 6 months. A total of 347 respondents were recruited for this study in 2 stages from 18 traditional birth homes, and data was collected using interview-administered questionnaire that was adapted from various literatures. It was analyzed using EpiInfo version 7.2.1 statistical software, and significant association was determined using chi-square test with level of significance set at 5%. At the end of this study, we found that most of the respondents were between the ages of 25 to 32 years. 97.1% of them were married, 3% of them were Yoruba, and 51.9% of them had attained secondary education. An overwhelming majority of the respondents in this study had an overall positive perception of TBAs. And the most common reasons why they chose to use TBAs were because they had used TBAs in the past, they had heard numerous positive reviews, they felt TBAs had welcoming and hospitable staff, they were scared of cesarean sections, they felt TBAs had offered spiritual protection, they felt TBAs were cheaper, they felt TBAs were closer to their places of residence, they complained about the long waiting times at the hospital, they found it difficult to get to the hospital, and they disliked drugs and injections. All respondents in this study were current users of traditional birth homes, and majority of them used TBAs only for the antenatal care services. The factors that were significantly associated with the use of TBAs only included maternal education, maternal employment, and knowledge of obstetric danger signs, our average monthly income, our employment status, the educational qualification and employment status of their partners, their household monthly income, whether or not they had insurance coverage, and the distance of the nearest healthcare facility. Perception often determines whether or not specific health services will be utilized by the target audience, and this study showed that 95.1% of the respondents had an overall positive perception of traditional birth attendants. This emphasizes the need for intensive effort to regulate the practices of TBAs, of traditional birth attendants, and the establishment of sustainable collaborations between traditional birth attendants and the orthodox healthcare
we have Dr. Olawa. Dental Sciences. Our next presenter will be ASC 29. We have ASC 29 by ASC from University of Ibadan. Thank you.
Everyone. My name is Owokitaye David, and I'm a medical student at the University of Ibadan. I'll be presenting this research topic, COVID-19, knowledge, perception, and health education of patients in Nigeria. And these are my co-authors. As a means of introduction, on the 27th of February 2020, the first case of COVID-19 infection was reported in Nigeria, and in March 2020, it was declared a pandemic by the WHO. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, myriads of false information, misconception, myths, and controversial topics have been raised and disseminated to the public through different media platforms. These have in turn led to poor knowledge and risk perception of the public about the disease, as many would believe it's a disease of foreigners only, while others the disease of the rich. Following the implementation of the infection prevention and control policy by the Nigerian government, the spread of COVID-19 infection has considerably reduced. The effectiveness of the IPC policy in Nigeria is, however, largely affected by the awareness, knowledge, and perception of the public about COVID-19, because poor knowledge may result in poor adherence to the IPC guidelines. This study provides insights into the knowledge, perception, and adherence of outpatients in a Nigerian teaching hospital to COVID-19 guidelines. Methods. This study was done using a descriptive cross-sectional study design. Convenience sampling was used to recruit 387 adult outpatients attending the University College Hospital Ibadan between August and September 2020. Data was collected using a self-administered structured questionnaire and analyzed by IBM SPSS version 20. Descriptive and inferential statistics, specifically chi-squared test and correlation analysis, were carried out on the data, and the level of statistical significance was set at less than 0.05 using 95% confidence interval. Among the 387 participants surveyed, 373 had heard of COVID-19. The remaining 14 participants who had not heard of COVID-19 were excluded from further analysis. Majority of the participants reported the media as their major source of awareness about COVID-19. The mean awareness score was 16.9. 15.3% participants were considered to have poor knowledge, while 84.7% had good knowledge. This section shows some charts to buttress the points in the previous slide. Figure 1 shows that 97.3% of the participants identified the media as their major source of COVID-19 information. Figure 2 also shows that 84.7% of the participants had good knowledge score. The mean risk perception score was 6.3. 16.6 participants had low risk perception, whereas 83.4% had high risk perception, and it is shown using a pie chart here. And the risk perception was significantly associated with level of knowledge about COVID-19, while knowledge about the COVID-19 and socio-demographic variables were not um, associated. The overall mean score for adherence to COVID-19 preventive guidelines was 38.5, using the cutoff range of greater than or equal to 25. 89.8 of the percent of the participants are likely to adhere to the COVID-19 guidelines, while 10.2% are not. Also, 91.4% of participants claimed they received health information, health advice, or any broadcast on general well-being during the pandemic. However, there was an overall increase in the frequency of accessing health information during the pandemic compared to before the pandemic. This table buttresses the points in the previous slide. It shows the frequency of accessing health information before and during the pandemic. Um, During the pandemic, about 65.1% of participants accessed health information extremely often, compared to 33.7% before the pandemic. Also, there was an overall increase in the number of participants that accessed health information during the pandemic compared to before the pandemic, as evidenced by the median score, which increased from 4 before the pandemic to 5 during the pandemic. In conclusion, our study showed that the media played a vital role in creating awareness about COVID-19, as well as increasing the knowledge of the public about the disease. In addition, we also noted a positive correlation between participants' risk perception and their knowledge of the disease. Also, there was an increase in the number of participants who accessed healthcare information. This may be attributed to the anxiety and fears from rumors, myths, and rising number of cases during the pandemic. Our recommendation: health education remains an invaluable tool in curtailing the spread of infections. The purpose of health education is therefore to increase knowledge that will elicit behavioral change in individuals. Therefore, we encourage the government, stakeholders, media houses, NGOs, and healthcare workers to invest more in disseminating the right information about the COVID-19 and future disease outbreaks to the public. And these are my references. Thank you very much for listening.
Presenter from the University of Ibadan, who will be speaking on COVID-19 trends in Nigeria from index case to 1 year after. So let's welcome Efosa Iyawe. All right. I also want to mention this for everyone who is here physically and virtually. Please, you can put questions in the chat box and then they'll be addressed afterwards. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Iyawe Kosa, and I will be presenting an abstract titled The COVID-19 Trend in Nigeria from Index Case to 1 Year After. My co-authors for this research work are Olapade Paul and Ezebia Luchioma, and we are students of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Early last year, on the 11th of March 2020, the WHO declared the COVID-19 disease a pandemic, and the disease soon spread fast across over 180 countries, making it the most significant disease of public health importance over the last 100 years. Nigeria's index case of COVID-19 was found in Lagos on the 28th February 2020, after which the virus began to spread across other states of the country. Many control measures were put in place to curb the spread, such as travel bans on public gatherings, creation of isolation centers, social distancing, and the use of nose masks. However, most of these policies were late and not enforced and not even complied with. Because of the public health importance of this, it is important to review the trend of the pandemic across all the states in Nigeria through 1 year from the index case in order to inform future decisions. We collated secondary retrospective data from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) website. The data collated were the cumulative number of COVID-19 cases at the end of each month in the 36 states in Nigeria and the Federal Capital Territory from the last day of March 2020 through the last day of February 2021. The data was collated into a table and was analyzed using descriptive analysis tools via Microsoft Excel version 2019. The total number of cases over the 1 year time period was 159,649. Surprisingly, over this 1 year time period, Kogi State had the lowest number, having only 5 cases over the 1 year time period, which was the lowest across the country. Although this could be attributed to poor testing in the state and lack of cooperation by the state government. At the end of the 1 year period, Lagos, Abuja, Plateau, and Kaduna had the highest number of cases, with Lagos bearing about 1/3 of the total number of cases in Nigeria over the year. There was a general spike in the number of cases in June 2020, which may have been due to the relaxation of the ban on large gatherings in the country early in the month. The cases gradually increased throughout the year before a new spike in January 2021, with the number of cases in Lagos significantly increasing from 30,649 at the end of December to 49,432 at the end of January. Among the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, the Northwest had the lowest number of cases, while the cases were highest in the southwestern region of Nigeria. Now, this is a bar chart showing the trend over the 1 year time period throughout the country. Evidently, the cases were significantly highest in January, with an abrupt rise in the number of cases in December and at the beginning of 2021. This may have been due to the interstate travels, the religious gatherings, and the poor compliance with the COVID-19 guidelines during the festive periods. In conclusion, since Nigeria's COVID-19 index case in March 2020, there was a continuous rise in the number of cases across the country, even with the various control measures. Nigeria should ensure the early institution of, enforcement of, and compliance with strict measures to curb the spread of disease outbreaks in order to reduce morbidity and mortality associated with such diseases. Thank you very much for listening.
For staying with us. We're down to our last 2 virtual presentations. The next one is a clinical study to assess the incidence of catheter-associated urinary tract infections by leukorrhea and nitrite analysis using dipstick urinalysis in a tertiary health facility in Jos, Nigeria. This presentation is by David Esiegbe, Otobo Daniel David, from the University of Birmingham. Thank you.
My name is Sigby David, a 411 medical student from the College of Medicine, Mega University, Teaching Hospital, Jos Plateau State. I'm here to present a clinical study to assess the incidence of catheter-associated urinary tract infections by leukorrhea and nitrite analysis using dipstick urinalysis in a tertiary health facility in Jos, Nigeria. This research was carried out by Otobo Daniel and Sigby David. Urinary tract infection is an infection of the urinary tract, kidney, ureter, bladder. It accounts for 1 to 3% of consultation cases in Nigeria. Some of the risk factors include longer catheterization, colonization of the drainage bag by bacterial agents, diabetes, diarrhea, and absence of antibiotics. A cross-sectional study was conducted at Plateau State Specialist Hospital, Jos, Plateau State. 77 patients were admitted within the period of October 8, 2018 to March 2019. Now, out of these 77 patients that were admitted, 33 of them used the urinary catheter. Now, in these 33 people that used the urinary catheter, 20 of them were from the medical ward, while 13 of them were from the surgical ward. Early morning sample was used for the urine analysis. Samples were obtained using a 20 ml syringe from sample ports of the catheter, a Combi 11 dipstick, and a Combi 11 dipstick for the urine analysis. Now, the results showed that 28 of the 33 catheterized patients had detectable leukorrhea, 10 of the 13 surgical patients had detectable leukorrhea, and 17 of the 20 medical patients had detectable leukorrhea. Thus, more medical patients are at a high risk of developing CAUTI before the surgical patients. The average time for first detectable leukorrhea was 6 days. 10 of the 14 elderly patients also had moderate to high leukorrhea within 7 days. This shows that elderly patients were more likely to develop CAUTI within shorter durations of insertion that was proportionally increased in predisposition by age. Now, this just simply means that the older the patient, the more likely they are and the faster they are to develop CAUTI within a shorter period of time. Medical patients were also more likely to develop CAUTI before surgical patients. Patients with little mobility were also more likely to develop CAUTI. Okay, so this first table shows us patients with low leukorrhea. Now, if you notice, the patients that had low levels of leukorrhea, their duration of catheterization was between 1 to 6 days, if not all of them on the table. As we mentioned before, detectable leukorrhea. Now, detectable leukorrhea is either moderate or high leukorrhea. As you can see, people with low leukorrhea only had duration of catheterization for 1 to 4 days. All they are using the dipstick, the Combi 11 dipstick. You can also see that most of it turned out negative. Also using nitrite analysis, also negative, with only few that had trace, and also flank tenderness was absent in all but one. Okay, patients with moderate leukorrhea. Now, if you look at the table, some of them show positive tests, but these positive tests don't start until you're getting near the 6-day mark. Those that were below the 6-day mark have negative or just trace amounts of nitrite, which is a definitive test for CAUTI. And also, flank tenderness is present in those that were catheterized for 6 days and above. Now, the patients with high leukorrhea, with only the exception of a few, have positive nitrite analysis, which is a hallmark for high leukorrhea, and almost all present with flank tenderness. So, from this table, we can clearly see that duration of catheterization for more than 6 days will give rise to high leukorrhea, which is a hallmark for CAUTI. Urinary tract infection is the most common cause of bacterial infection in humans and can either be symptomatic or asymptomatic. This study has shown how common it is to develop bacteria with urethral catheter, however asymptomatic it may be. Because even with high leukorrhea, some patients still showed no signs of fever, nausea, vomiting, or even abdominal pelvic pains. Finally, from the 3 tables and from what I've been saying, basically what I've been trying to say that the time for diagnosing COTI was less than 6 days. Because even from that first table, those with low leukorrhea only had negative, and just a few will only have trace amounts of nitrite in them. But from the example we gave on the high table, we can already see that all, if not, okay, with the exception of a few, had positive nitrite analysis test. which is a hallmark for CAUTI. Women are also more likely to develop CAUTI before men, presenting with the same pathology. This may be because of the absence of bactericidal prostatic secretion, proximity of the female external urethral orifice to the vaginal introitus and anal canal creates a larger lower urethral bacterial colony. Cutting was rare in the maternity ward because they seldom used one, and when they did, it was for a very short period of time, 12 to 36 hours. This is just barely a day, highest 2 days. So they have a lower likelihood of developing CAUTI. It was commonly used on women who deliver through cesarean section. Finally, the most important steps in the prevention of CAUTI is the complete avoidance of a urethral catheter insertion if possible, education of health workers on the risk of CAUTI, and lastly, meticulous need for septic insertion cannot be overemphasized. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on to our last virtual presentation. It is a study on the correlation and impact of COVID-19 pandemic on dementia in Africa. This was done by Lafta Amamchuku from the University of Birmingham. This is our last virtual presentation. So we have just a few minutes. All the questions that we need to ask need to be dropped at the chat box online so that we can take those questions and move to the next section of the event. Thank you.
I am Amamchuku Laughter. Yeah, I am Amamchuku Laughter, and together with Otobo David Daniel, we are final year medical students of the College of Medicine, Bingham University, Nigeria, and we conducted a study on the correlation and impact of COVID-19 pandemic on dementia in Africa. Dementia is a chronic or persistent disorder of the mental processes caused by brain diseases or injuries. It is characterized by significant impairment in memory, cognition, and personality. People with dementia often require assistance to do basic things on a daily basis, and the knowledge of dementia in Africa, as we all know, is poorly understood. The aim of this study was to gather available evidence on the correlation between dementia and the COVID-19 pandemic in Africa. How did we do this? So Medline, PubMed, Academia, and Google Scholar were systematically searched for epidemiological studies on the prevalence, incidence, correlation, and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the burden and outcome of dementia in Africa. Crude estimates were pulled using random effects of meta-analysis, and the keywords used for this search were dementia, COVID-19, and Africa. The inclusion criteria were an epidemiological study on dementia, studies conducted within the African context or with African data, and studies on the COVID-19 pandemic and dementia. The search returned about 127 studies, of which 4 were selected based on the inclusion criteria, and these included 100,536 individuals with a median age of 67.5 years. The disability adjusted life years and the death prevalence due to dementia were 125.19 per 100,000 and 9.48 per 100,000 respectively in the sub-Saharan Africa. Hence, dementia causes more disability and morbidities than deaths. COVID-19 complicated dementia mortalities were higher in high-income and high-middle-income countries than in lower middle-income and low-income countries. As regards chronic diseases that had a positive correlation with the coronavirus disease, HIV was more associated with a fatal COVID-19 outcome in Africa than dementia. However, there was also a risk factor for HIV dementia, and this was seen in some of the patients. There was an increase in the poor mental health and depression amongst patients with dementia during the lockdown, which was often associated with a sense of abandon. In conclusion, we could see that this study showed that there was a positive correlation between the coronavirus pandemic and the burden of dementia in Africa, but not mortalities. Other comorbidities, such as HIV, were associated with higher COVID-19 complicated mortalities, and there was a positive correlation in morbidities, but not mortalities, on the impact of COVID-19 virus pandemic on dementia in Africa. And may God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take questions. Our first questions will be taken from the judges that are virtually available online. Please, presenters, when answering your questions, we would like you to put on your videos so that we can see you and you can answer our questions. We'll be taking questions in the next 15 minutes, one of the next 15 minutes, and we'll be taking a speech after. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. I have a question for the presenter that discussed around catheter-associated infections. My first question is, there was a study in the poster presentations, doing something similar, but the number of participants recruited in that study were different from what is reported now. Is this the same study? Were there different studies? Were there different working around the same thing? I'm just curious as to how all of them worked around catheter UTI using the same methodology. So I think I just need to understand why we have two different presentations, all working on something similar with the same methodology. My second question, again, to the same presenter, has to do with.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
So I think they should note the questions and take them at the end.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Akase.
Yes. So my second question to the same presenter, I know that you were trying to use clinical symptoms based, and then also the presence of leukorrhea, that's passage of white cell counts in the urine, and also nitrites to detect this. Now, I'm just curious as to, did you take into account the circumstances surrounding the indication for the catheterization and one who passed the catheter? Because that significantly would have affected not just the presence of catheter, but also whether or not these people were predisposed to infection. And then thirdly, why this is a good study to do, and in terms of it should have been better served if some form of microscopy was done. I know culture would have been capital intensive, but I don't know whether a microscopy of the urine was also done to help guide whether, because colonization of catheters can also give you some form of nitrites. Neither here nor there, but I'm just wondering whether that could add value to your study. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Akase. I would ask the judges to please keep your questions brief and also try and ask questions of as many of the presenters as we can. In general, I want to congratulate the presenters for the really good efforts that they've made in these presentations together. So congratulations. With respect to Rahim, ASC 009, the question I have for you specifically is, why did you choose the outpatient clinic as the setting for that questionnaire? I ask that because was there any effort made to help them understand whether you were exploring their practices when they are working in the outpatient setting compared to their practice when they are working in the inpatient setting? Because the peculiarities of patient contact in the outpatient setting may make them do things differently, knowing that if they give an appointment and they request a test, a patient may come at a later date, weeks later, and that might lean them towards practicing antibiotic prescription differently. So one, why did you choose outpatient? Two, was it clear to them that you were exploring their practice in the outpatient setting? The second question I have is for presenter ASC 029. And you had mentioned that in your background that the COVID-19 infections had considerably reduced, the spread of infection had considerably reduced. So I was curious to know what the reference for that is. In other words, did the spread of infection reduce, or did the rate at which we were testing patients reduce? or testing people reduced. Then presenter 036, who talked about COVID-19 trend in Nigeria. The question I have for you is, did you consider the denominator? In other words, the population of the state in question when thinking about the burden of COVID in the states. In other words, looking at the data differently, not just absolute numbers, but considering the population of the state. Because this might help us see things a little bit differently. And then you need to clarify to us what the precise aim of your study was. And then finally, the only other question I have is for 048 from Joss, who looked at dipsticks, and to say that the methodology that was used to try and answer the questions that you had did not seem quite appropriate. So there were a lot of presumptions in the conclusions that you made. And then some of the data that you described was not presented to us in the results. So some of the things you described as conclusions were not presented in the results. So specifically, however, would you consider a methodology where you actually tested the dipsticks on a daily basis from when the catheters were inserted to be able to determine, how early catheter infections begin to occur and so forth? So just a look at your methodology. Thank you. Okay, so while we're waiting, Dr. Kamal Kafo, do you have any questions? Okay, so Amsul host, to help us move ahead, are there other judges online that have questions so we can call their attention? Otherwise, throw it open to the audience. So Oluchi, we can throw the questions open to the audience. Or we can then, if there are no further questions, we can ask the presenters to please answer, starting from anyone who has questions asked of them.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So, there are two questions that the former judge asked me. So, in total, there were three questions that the former judge asked me. I've answered the first one now. Now I'm on to the second one. He asked whether I took into cognizance of the environment in which I was using the dipstick. Yes, we did. We made sure to use new 20-minute syringe every time that we wanted to take a test, and the tests were done on a daily basis. It was also sterile. And then thirdly, concerning and then the third question I was asking was based on whether it was done on a daily basis. Yes, it was done on a daily basis. If you look at that is in the introduction part, I gave out the specific time in which we did it. That's from October to January next year. October 2018 to January 2019. And then, okay, the next judge asked me a question that's concerning my methodology. The methodology for the research was this thing was based on, majorly we're just trying to find out the amount of time to use and get the diagnosis for CAUTI, which we carried out the results. That is the 1 to 7 within 1 and 7 days, which means after the 7th day, it will be present. I'll make sure that we're doing it on a daily basis, that carrying out the tests on a daily basis. So that's patients, and there are also 2 patients per ward. Thank you.
Okay, if we can ask any of the others who had questions. Rahim, I can see a hand up, but it's not clear who that is.
Yeah. Okay. So it's me again, David Esegwe from University of Jos. I just remembered the first person, the first judge asked me a question, also asked me about my microscopy. Now this research was self-funded, and we didn't have the funds to carry out microscopy for all the test samples that we did. So it was more of what's the one, deep secret analysis testing that we used. Thank you.
The next presenter can answer the question of given to him. Please, the next presenter can answer the question that we presented to him.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ma. Thank you for your question, Ma. So for the first part of your question as to why the outpatient department was chosen as the setting for this study, we did that because the outpatient department is usually on most occasions the first point of contact between a patient and the doctor, and also because most of the patients that are presenting at the outpatient department, they're not usually critically ill. So there's enough time for the doctors to request for a laboratory test and wait for the results before actually prescribing, as that this is not usually an emergency situation. So it was done to assess if they actually routinely request for laboratory tests before prescribing or not. And also, the second part of the question, I'm not sure I got that, Ma. You said were the participants were they informed as to why I'm doing this research in the outpatient department? I'm not sure I got that.
Okay, let me clarify. You know, these doctors work in the inpatient and in the outpatient setting. So in assessing their prescribing practice, did you ask them to restrict themselves to how they practice antibiotic prescribing in the outpatient setting? Or were they at liberty to include what they also do in the inpatient setting? Because without that clarification, they may be giving you information related to what they do in the inpatient setting.
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't really specified to them. It wasn't really made specific that it has to be about what they do in outpatient department. So I think that was an oversight, Ma.
Okay, so I mean, what it means is that in discussing your results, you need to put that out openly, because that, you know, that may confound some of your findings if they were actually talking about what they do in inpatient, where the urgency is different compared to what they do in the outpatient setting.
Yes, Ma. Thank you, Ma.
Okay, I'd like to call on.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, Ma. I was asked a question about the part in my introduction where I stated that the COVID-19 cases had has considerably reduced. And yes, I have a paper to back it up, although it was not referenced in my presentation. And it shows that as at March 2021, there was 72% decrease in the cases of COVID-19 recorded in the country. although there was also 11.6% decrease in the testing rate in how tests were being done. So that's the reference, man. Thank you.
Thank you. You were also asked a question as to the, so I'm not sure that was you. Okay, so the next person, ASC 036.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. I was asked two questions. The first one was about whether I considered the denominator in assessing the trends over the year, and also I was asked for the aim of the study. So I would just answer the two of them together. So the aim of the study was to assess just the number of cases from the index, number of COVID-19 cases across all the states in Nigeria, including the FCC, from the index case 1 year after. So we do not consider the incidence rate, so we do not consider the denominator as the total population of the country, nor the total population of states. So, but we know that, and we admit that this would actually be a better means of actually looking at the burden of COVID-19 cases through the different states. And we recommend that future research should look into this. Thank you.
Thank you. So Amsul, I think that about covers the questions that we had from the judges. Do we have any questions from the audience? So in the absence of any further questions, I'd like to hand this back to the hosts.
Thank you so much, Professor Kubadejo. We applaud you, Ma. Thank you very much. All right. Also, if you have any questions, you can still put them in the chat section, and then we'll reach the presenters for us to get responses much later. Okay. Next up, we'll be having our second speaker for the day. He is the MD, Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Fast Pharma Services, Nigeria Limited. Of the contract research organization based in Raleigh, North Carolina, was the of Medicine, University of Lagos. So it was just like you here, and finished with pharmacology. He also attained a MSc degree in toxicology from the University of Surrey, UK. He's given himself to different clinical research settings across the pharma industry and across academia, including the Duke Cancer Research Institute, and has gathered experience amongst multiple disease and therapeutic areas. He has served as a consultant for World Bank sponsored training on advanced common technical documents for NAFDAC and the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry. So I want you to show applause, show appreciation in the comments in the chat section and here physically for our second speaker of the day, Mr. Adewale Foshino. Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I hope you can hear me very well. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if anyone can hear me clearly. Okay, great. So I want to say good morning to every one of you, and good afternoon to some of you as well. You know, it's morning over here in Canada, because I'm in the Ontario part of Canada. So thank you so much for having me here. I want to thank especially the organizers of the Amsul Scientific Conference for reaching out to have me present. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Do let me know if you can see my screen. Anyone?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and so I have been tasked with presenting on the topic, the role of clinical research in vaccine production using the COVID-19 as a case study. My name is Adewale Fashida. All right, so this is just a quick intro and contact information for those that may want to reach out. All right, so we all know that COVID-19 continued to ravage the world. The last couple of years has been quite interesting, and it's been quite tough for the entire world. Yeah, it's going to be almost 2 years. I think it'll be 2 years in a couple of months that the first announcement was made of COVID-19 in China. So, and as at Friday, the 22nd October 2021, the latest numbers of the COVID-19 cases, we have total confirmed cases globally of 242.3 million cases. And the latest daily figures come to about 278,409 cases. And then the total number of deaths globally is about just over 4.9 million deaths. And of course, the latest daily death rates come to about 3,781 deaths. So as you can see, COVID-19 hasn't really let up. I think we've had a number of mutations of that, a number of variants of the virus. So to the right of the slide, you will see, the spread, the situation by region in the Americas, Europe, Southeast Asia, Eastern Mediterranean, Western Pacific. Thankfully, Africa still, trails the rest of the world in the total numbers. But that doesn't mean that number is still quite significant, if you ask me. And it hasn't really let up, regardless of what you might be led to believe. This slide right here is just giving a pictorial of the spread globally. I'm not going to stay too long on that. And this slide right here is, just letting us know that COVID hasn't really let up. It continues to increase. And based on a study conducted at Johns Hopkins University as of the 18th of October of this year, they found that it takes just about 10 weeks for the cases of COVID-19 to go from 30 million to 60 million cases. And it took just about 6 weeks, for the number of cases to go from 120 million to 150 million cases. So as you can see, COVID hasn't really let up just yet. And that is definitely something we need to bear in mind as we go forward. So it does continue to wreak havoc across the world. And as we can imagine, it has affected pretty much everything, the way we know it. It has resulted in severe social and economic disruptions around the world. It has also caused what is considered to be the largest global recession since the Great Depression in the 30s. It has also led to widespread supply shortages that was worsened by panic buying, agricultural disruptions, and food shortages in some parts of the world. All right, so just moving forward. Thankfully, we have a very active, World Health Organization They have been able to, to gather, all the different resources. They've made concerted efforts to gather and work with government agencies and ministries of health in different countries around the world to get the message out, and to come up with a number of protocols to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. And as you can imagine, every country also have their own additional protocols that they have added to it. If you go to the US, of course, they have a different protocol in there that they added onto the WHO protocol. If you come to Canada, it's quite stringent. So it hasn't really let up. The World Health Organization has also done well in harnessing. Okay, they have done well in harnessing the resources that is available to the development partners across the globe, to encourage them to manufacture vaccines and to distribute the same to areas where it is most needed. This slide right here is just, giving an overview of some of the activities as a result of the efforts of the WHO in the area of drug development. We have the number of vaccines currently in clinical development, at around 128 different, vaccine candidates, and the number of vaccines that are in preclinical development come to about 194 so far. All right, so what has clinical research got to do with it? That is really the essence of my talk today. But before I delve into that, I want to just share a little bit of what clinical research is about. I certainly believe that just from listening to some of the presentations from the brilliant students who have presented their own researches, I want to believe that you're familiar with what it is. But I wanted to, just ensure that, there's a bit of a distinction made when it comes to clinical research, as opposed to academic research. So clinical research is essentially, a branch of medical science that determines the safety and efficacy of medications, devices, diagnostic products, and treatment regimens that are intended for human use. And these are all used essentially, for the prevention, treatment, diagnosis of diseases, and also for the relief of the symptoms of diseases as well. So like I said, I like to always make a distinction when I give my talk between clinical research and clinical practice or medical practice, because oftentimes, people tend to use them interchangeably. But we'll find that in clinical practice, of course, for those of you in medical practice, you essentially use already established treatments for treating your patients, whereas in clinical research, we are engaged in the gathering of evidence. We're trying to learn about whatever compound or treatment regimen that we're working on by collecting data to establish a specific treatment for that disease. Okay, so this slide over here, I decided to put it in just to give you an idea of the different stakeholders that play a role in the conduct of clinical trials. So and the reason why I've done this will become apparent as we go forward. There are very many different stakeholders that participate in the conduct of clinical trials. In the top left corner of the screen, you will see the sponsor. The sponsor oftentimes, are the ones that bankroll. They initiate, any of the clinical trials that are conducted. They fund it 100%. Sometimes, of course, you do get some maybe government agencies, grant-given agencies that would provide some grants to support oftentimes, academic research, the kind of research that some of the brilliant minds have already presented, so but they wouldn't fall under the category of sponsors. So sponsors are oftentimes pharmaceutical companies that have very deep pockets, and as you can imagine, they have oversight responsibility. They are fully responsible for every aspect of the clinical trial that they conduct. All right. So, and in the top right corner of the screen, you will see ethics committee. I'm sure many of you know what that refers to. They also have some limited oversight role. They ensure that the clinical study team conduct the trial according to the protocol, and ensuring that, of course, the well-being and the safety of the patients that they see are ensured. All right, so they have a very important role there. And then to the lower right side of the screen, you'll see the regulatory authority in Nigeria. That is represented by NAFDAC. Many of us are familiar with that. In the US, of course, you have the FDA. In Europe, you have the European Medicinal Agency. In Canada, you have the Therapeutic Products Directorate. So different countries have different regulatory authorities. So right in the middle, is what you have, what is called the investigator, and that's where many of you that are within the medical community will actually fall under. So the medical community play a very important role in the conduct of clinical trials. All right, so because you are the ones that have access to the patient population that a particular company is looking to conduct a trial on. So the data that is generated from such studies evidently is the property of the sponsor company, but of course that data is shared constantly with the regulatory agencies, because the whole purpose of doing all of this is for the sponsoring company to be able to receive marketing authorization so that they can market what they have. So that's very important to share that. And this screen right here also just gives you an overview of the drug development process. I have illustrated it in pyramidal fashion just for you to see, the volume of work that go into the conduct of clinical trials. At the very base, of course, you have a whole lot of people, and as you can imagine, we have tens of thousands, even it runs into hundreds of thousands of chemical compounds that are they come into the funnel, and then once they go through the screening process, they are pruned down to maybe about 20 that can then be moved into the human clinical trial phase. So you have different phases 1, 2, 3, and then sometimes you have the post-marketing trial. Sometimes it's called phase 4. Okay, so this all just tell us exactly what goes on in phase 1. Of course, yes, you're just looking at the safety, the toxicity level. Phase 2, we are trying to establish the efficacy of the compound, and then in phase 3, we are actually confirming and also doing some additional safety studies on the compound, so that we can then submit to the regulatory agency for their review and approval. All right, so, and you can see that different volume of patient population are required at different stages. I'm not going to go into too much detail there, because I can actually spend a whole day talking about that. This slide right here just gives you an idea of the time that it takes, on average, to go through one clinical trial. All right, one compound. All right, so it takes an average of maybe about 12 to 15 years. So that's just a quick overview there. And then the next slide here, gives you, again, another pictorial of, what happens, the number of people for each phase. As you can imagine, phase 1, up to 100 people, phase 2, up to between 100 and 300 people. And then for phase 3, anywhere from about 300 up to 3,000 and even much more than that. As you can imagine, of course, in regards to the COVID-19, we've seen, patient numbers in the range of, 40, 50, 60,000 in number because of the state of the pandemic. Now, this slide here just gives an idea of, the kind of time crunching that was done, where COVID-19 is concerned. All right, because usually it takes 15 years. Certainly in a pandemic situation, we certainly cannot, afford to stay that long. So everybody went back to the drawing board, wherever they were, and they were able to come down. They were actually able to, to prune down the time it takes, So, and certainly, this actually raised a number of questions as to whether, the safety of the vaccine would then be questionable. But I can assure you that, whatever was done in reducing the timelines, actually has nothing to do, it has no impact on the safety parameters, so that particular aspect is still very well maintained. So you can see something that usually takes, up to 15 years. Ultimately, in the case of COVID-19, I don't think it took any more than maybe 15 months, just over a year. So that's some of the things that we had to do in order to answer the case of this pandemic. So I guess you might then be asking, so what role did clinical research play in all of this? The first thing that I believe that was done. I mean, the first role that clinical research played is that it borrowed from a pre-existing structure, and a huge significant body of knowledge, to then transfer all of that knowledge into the conduct of the trials for the vaccine. So in the case of COVID-19, known as the SARS-CoV-2, because it's a new virus, doesn't mean that it's like completely new, because it belongs in a family of viruses that with similar traits, and with the experience with Ebola and some of the other viral infections in the past. So a lot of that body of information was brought to bear here. So scientists, certainly, had, a lot of knowledge for the last 50 years about the conduct of trials on coronaviruses. They knew exactly where to look at. They knew that the spike protein is the target that the vaccine is going to be using to get into the human system. So they knew exactly where to go to get started right away. And with regards to the messenger RNA vaccine research, there has been quite a lot of knowledge base. There's been a lot of work that's been conducted on this particular technology for a while. It's not exactly new, so it was almost like it's there just waiting for the right opportunity to use it. So when COVID-19 broke out, they just literally jumped right in. All right, so that's what happened. So with the knowledge that that we already have in place with regards to genomic sequencing, the COVID-19 virus was promptly sequenced in a few days. They already knew what it was, and it took them just that long to make the mRNA vaccine candidates. And then of course the spike protein's genetic code was plugged simply into the pre-existing technology with the already existing working process that had been evaluated for the other vaccines. All right, so another role that clinical research played is that because of the work that the WHO did in getting the word out, and that many of the pharmaceutical companies and even some members of the medical community have done in getting the word out and letting people understand that this is something that everybody needs to have. It was easy to actually enroll patient population at a large scale, on a large scale. All right, so thereby, some of these trials, it turned out to be pretty massive. In over 21 years of my experience in the industry, it'll be the first time that I will be seeing that many. Because this is the first time that a pandemic of this nature is happening in our lifetime. So many of these companies that have been working on this were able to then, quickly organize themselves, using already, established networks, and some of those networks, actually were used in the pursuit of HIV vaccine. So they deployed all of that knowledge into getting patients into these studies, and then they were able to quickly enroll them. And then plus, the virus has obviously been spreading pretty rapidly. So people are very anxious, and regulators, could see, if vaccine candidates made a difference in a short amount of time. So these were made possible by clinical research. And then looking at the drug development process, I just mentioned earlier on that it takes forever to get just one compound in. It's a very, very expensive, very lengthy process, and quite risky too, because oftentimes a lot of the pharmaceutical companies that get into these studies, they're not even sure if their compound is going to make it to the approval stage. So but the science has got to be good, and they've got to have some real good science behind it for them to really stand with it and put their money where their mouth is with regards to conducting these trials. But because it's so lengthy, we cannot take that risk in this particular COVID-19 situation. People are dying like flies. So for that reason, of course, all the regulators, including the FDA and all the other regulators across the world, they came together, and they started working closely with everyone involved in making these vaccines. And we can begin to I think we all can appreciate the outcome. So we have the mRNA vaccine platform that came out of that. So researchers were able to focus on the specific questions on animal models, and then they can also move into the early human trials fairly quickly, so that they were then able to complete these trials quicker than they usually are able to. So in some instances, of course, there were overlaps. So a lot of times, like phases 1 trials will need to be completed before phase 2 can start, because again, regulatory approval needs to be given at every stage, because it's a very regimented industry, and the regulatory agencies are involved prior to, during the preclinical phase at every stage, and they are also involved throughout the human clinical trial phase as well. So as you're finishing one, guess you need to check with the regulators, for you to then be able to go forward. But in this case, of course, they were able to prune it down. All right. Sometimes they even had a number of these phases actually overlapping each other, and some of them even starting almost in parallel. You understand? Because they already know, the technology is already there. They already know how it's going to go. So they were able to actually speed things up a little bit. So clinical research, the only reason for that. So, and with regards to expedited review, so yes, on average, it takes usually about maybe anywhere from 2 years to about 7 years for the regulatory agencies to actually review a compound that made it past the phase 3. So if the compound is really good, yes, it can take, up to 2 years or even less. But if it, if it has, if it's probably a drug that is used in rare diseases, there are no alternatives in the market, even though the drug may have some serious side effects, they'll still need to review it. So that kind of review can take a longer time. But in the case of COVID-19, because of the greater good, people are dying, and there's need to, to remove all the the red tape. They did, were able to actually speed things up, a little bit, actually quite significantly. So as part of the process, the FDA reanalyzed, data that companies provide, and this kind of double checking process certainly reassures everyone, because of course it's very easy for a neutral party to independently evaluate the claims that is made by manufacturers. And it takes up to 6 to 9 months for new treatments to get through that process on a normal basis. But of course, in this particular case, the FDA, and I'm using the FDA as an example, they compressed the review timeline to just weeks, with people working overnight, days and nights and weekends on parallel teams. So this is pretty much what I have for you. So I know that I have just very limited time. There's so much I could talk to you about this, but certainly I don't want to take any more of your time. But I do hope that at least you've been able to take something out of this, knowing that clinical research does play a very significant, very important role, because there's no other way that we could have come up with any treatment for COVID-19. So I really want to encourage those of you coming, to explore careers in clinical research industry. You don't have to stop being a doctor. You can still, maintain your medical practice, but certainly, medical professionals are needed, not only within the clinic, they are actually needed within the industry as well. So I would encourage you to explore that. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. I hope the presenters can hear me. I'm pretty much done with my presentation here. So if there are questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, can hear you. Thanks so much, Dr. Fascino.
You're welcome.
Can you put our hands together for him physically? And also virtually, you can put your emojis in the chat section. All right, if you have any questions for Dr. Fascino, please indicate or put them in the chat section and they'll be addressed now. Thank you. Any questions here physically? All right, if there are no questions, we'll be moving on to the next session. However, you can still put in your questions. So I know that Dr. Fascino is here, he will address them. Or we can get them to his mail and get back to you when he responds. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for the wealth of knowledge and information shared with us. We'll be going into the next agenda for the day.
Our next agenda is award presentations for all the presentations that were held today. We have a list of awards that we'll be presenting. We have the first, second, and third oral and poster presentation. We have the TNTI Prize for Best Research in Child Health.
We have the Dr. Arakase Prize for Best Research in Infectious Diseases. Professor Falabi's Prize for Best Research in Reproductive Health.
We have Dr. Awofeso's Young Researchers Award, and also we have the Amsul Prize for Best in Public Health.
And lastly, we have the Bird and Bailey Prize for Best Research in Mental Health.
Awards would be presented by our co-heads in the research unit, but we're collating, they'll be presented by the co-heads of the research unit of the Amsul editorial board. But while we wait for them to collate the results and hand over plaques, we would like to thank you all for staying with us. Our conference is coming to a close slowly. This is the last part of our conference today. I'd like to thank everyone for staying with us. We'd like to also thank everyone who is virtually available for us. We'd also like to mention that our awards will also be presented by Dr. Oluwarotimi Clement, the Sub-Dean of the Dental Sciences. Also, if you still have questions for Dr. Fashinawa, we would like you to drop them in the chat box.
Don't forget to.
And also just stay with us while we get our awards collated, and we'll continue and end the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our co-head, one of our co-head research unit of the Amsul editorial board, Jennifer. Okay, please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Jennifer, a 500 level medical. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer, and I'm one of the co-heads of the research unit. Well, the research unit is the unit of the Amsul editorial board that is tasked with organizing the Amsul Scientific Conference. And while we are still working on collating the results from all the presentations to announce the award, I am going to have the honor on calling one of our own, our very own Dr. Professor Okayemi. She's joining us virtually. She's going to be sponsoring once again the Professor Young Researchers Award. So I'm going to call on her to just give a little talk before we announce the winner. So
inside the Lord's house, but stopped at the age of 9. I forget when I get awards now, the way that had to ride. The paving stones I played upon that kept me on the grind. So blame it on the pain that blessed me with a life. Friends and family.
Sorry, I'm coming.
When they should be crying. And when the when I really come alive, it tempts me, I try to take it in my stride. Whiskey with white eyes and smoke in my lungs. I think life has got to the point I know without it's no fun. I need to get in the right mind and clear myself up. Instead I look in the mirror questioning what I become. Guess it's a stereotypical day for someone like me without.
Hi, good afternoon.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. Sorry for the short notice and the problems coming up. My name is Dr. Professor, and I'm the happening for the Young Professor Young Researcher Award. I'll just give a short background here on why the award is important. And I think the most important thing for me is that I also started where all of you guys, I hope now, I had no background in research. And then as an undergraduate, having a very wonderful mentor, Dr. Roberts, got me interested in research and then changed the directory of my career now. So I am always a proponent of undergraduates getting involved in research because everywhere all around the world there's active collaboration between undergraduates and faculty, not only because you want to publish a paper on KP or just do a community of projects regardless of what you want to do, whether it's surgery, whether it's oncology, regardless, you're supposed to have a strong background in research. And I do hope that by putting a price to it, that I would encourage more and more of you to get interested to answer all of those questions because there are research questions all around you. And I hope that even as we try to support everyone every year, more and more people will get interested. So I was very excited to read all of your abstracts and to listen in on some of your presentations. Very well done. And I hope that you all can believe and know that those one person is winning the award, all of you are winners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this award, and well done. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Professor.
When I present the patient, present the patient as the results are collected and our presenters are awarded. Right. All presenters should make themselves available either physically or virtually for the presentation of awards. All right. All presenters to make yourselves available physically or virtually for the presentation of awards.
Disappointed with the man I've become. Of conversations with my father on the A14. Age 12, telling me I've got to chase those dreams. Now I'm playing for the people, dad, and they know me. With my beating small guitar, wearing the same old jeans. Wembley Stadium crowd, 240,000. I may have grown up, but I hope that Damien's proud. Until the next generation, inspiration's allowed. The world may be filled with hate, but keep erasing it now. Somehow, I'm well aware of certain things that will befall a man like me. But with that said, give me one more. Another one to take the sting away. Save your love and I'm falling in. And I'll find comfort in my pain. I'm raised up. And I'll find comfort in my pain. I'm raised up. And I'll find comfort in my pain. I'm raised up. Welcome to the new show. I guess you know I've been away. Where I'm headed, you know. But my heart will stay the same. Welcome to the new show. Cause you know I've been away. Where I'm headed, you know. My pain, eraser. And I'll find comfort in 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 my pain, eraser.
Do you know what's next? Oh, okay. Let's play music now.
I go wandering once again back to the seasons of my youth. I recall a box of rags that someone gave us, and how my mama put the rags to use. There were rags of many colors, but every piece was small, and I didn't have a coat, and it was away down in the fall. Mama sewed the rags together, so in every piece with love she made my coat of many colors that I was so proud of. As she sewed, she told a story from the Bible she had read about a coat of many colors Joseph wore, and then she said, perhaps this coat will bring you good luck and happiness. And I just couldn't wait to wear it, and Mama blessed it with a kiss. My coat of many colors that my mama made for me, made only from rags, but I wore it so proudly. Although we had no money, well, I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors my mama made for me. So with patches on my breeches and holes in both my shoes, in my coat of many colors, I hurried off to school just to find the others laughing and making fun of me in my coat of many colors my mama made for me. And oh, I couldn't understand it, for I felt I was rich, and I told them all the love my mama sewed in every stitch. And I told them all the story mama told me while she sewed, and how my coat of many colors was worth more than all their clothes. But they didn't understand it, and I tried to make them see that one is only poor only if they choose to be. Now I know we had no money, but I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors my mama made for me, made just for me.
given by Dr. Baird and Dr. Bailey.
We have Professor Afolabi's Prize for Best Research in Reproductive Health, given by Professor Bosede Afolabi of Bluth.
We have the Amsul Prize for Best Research in Public Health.
We have the TNCI Prize for Best Research in Child Health. We have so many, I'm trying to keep track, but I think that's it.
It's a very long list.
So sorry. Of course, we also have the Dr.
Akase Prize for Best Research in Infectious Diseases.
So many amazing sponsors this year, I'm telling you.
So let's start with the TNCI Award for Best Research in Child Health, and I would allow my co-head to announce the winner. But before that, we want to call upon the representatives of TNCI to come up on stage and personally give their award.
So TNCI is Nigerian Child Initiative. It was founded by an alumnus of this school, in fact, so Dr. Yusuf Shitu, and we're very proud that he has continued to support the conference every year since the NGO was founded.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Winwo, and I'm the program coordinator for TNCI. This has been a great program. I really must commend everyone here. Thank you for being patient. The New Child Initiative is a non-governmental organization that is particularly interested in child health, providing accessible healthcare for children across Nigeria. We are really passionate about involving ourselves with children when it comes to health and education. We work hand in hand with different organizations to make sure that the Nigerian child lives a healthy life and gets accessible education for sustainable development. And our award today will be going to the child. We're going to Oyindamilola Ore Oluwa Olayinka.
Congratulations. Are you virtual? Are you here virtually or physically?
So Oyindamola Oreoluwa Olayinka is the ASC 027 who presented the research on pattern and outcomes of cases seen at the Pediatrics Emergency of Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Is she in the hall physically or is she with us online? Can you please show on your video and say hi?
I'm online. I'm presenting. I presented online.
Well, it looks like she's not around, but we will definitely get her prize to her.
Okay, so hi.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
Okay,
hello.
Congratulations. Exactly, congratulations. So congratulations once again. So on behalf of TNCI and the Amsul Editorial Board, you are the winner this year of the TNCI Best Prize for the Best Research in Child Health. So
thank you, TNCI, you'll be getting a cash prize and a plaque. So we're very excited about that. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And this year, the winner of the Awefeso Young Researchers Award, presented by Dr. Opeyemi Awefeso, researcher extraordinaire and founder of Research Hub, is
Efosa P. Iwaye. Efosa P. Iwaye for his research in COVID-19 trends in Nigeria from index case to 1 year after. Efosa P. Iwaye, can we see you, please?
Hello. Thank you very much for this.
Okay, hi.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations for your prize.
Efosa is joining us from the University of Ibadan. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. So also, you would also get a cash prize and a plaque and a certificate. Yes, a cash prize and a certificate. So we are going to send you the e-copy of your certificate before the end of the day, and then you'll get your alert from us soon.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you so very much to all the sponsors.
Okay, so moving on, we need, as I said earlier, we are the co-heads of research of the Amsul Editorial Board. We have our Oga at the top, and our Oga at the top happens to be Aluko Oluwabusayo, our EIC.
So we'd like to bring him on to present some other prizes.
So we'd like to bring him on. And also the further Oga at the top. Our president, Ian Oluwani Shola. So our two presidents. So would allow the them to present the next set of prizes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We really appreciate everyone, especially you for staying with us so far. It's been long. So I'll present research in public health. And the winner goes to, and the winner is Amsul. If she has online, please she show her face. She has are you on?
With us, so. Okay, well, you can go ahead.
So we'll go ahead. So we are announcing the best, the Dr. I. Akasis Prize for Best Research in Infectious Diseases would be going to
Bakari Victoria.
ASC 017.
And she's here physically.
In our knowledge, preventive and psychological impact of University of Lagos, Nigeria. So since she's here physically, can we call upon Aluko Oluwabusaya Toriola to join us? In the picture, you would be getting a cash prize and a plaque that will be given to you before. Toriola.
Congratulations.
So I think we are done with all our special prizes.
Indeed. onto the big ones.
Onto the big ones. The major reason for the competition today, and then just a brief recap, we had so before we go ahead, we have a special guest of honor in presence of Dr. Oluwarotimi Clement, the Sub-Dean of the Faculty of Dental Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Lagos, here present with us today. He will be joining us to give the prizes.
Yes, we would love to have you join us, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so without further
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So we are going to be starting with the poster presentations. So our poster presenters, I hope you are all online
or here.
Physically, get your videos or your physical presence ready. Okay. So starting with the third prize, that would be getting a cash prize and a certificate.
We have Chiazom Jachima Emezwe. Congratulations. Yeah, virtually, or I believe you called her earlier. Well, she's lucky.
Chiazom Jachima Emezwe, AST 025, for a research work in knowledge, attitude, and practice of voluntary blood donation among the adult residents of Sulere local government area. Are you around?
Okay.
Second prize.
Second prize for poster presentation.
Thank you very much. Greetings from the Faculty of Dental Sciences. The second runner-up for poster presentation goes to, the first runner-up goes to Daniel David Otobo.
Daniel David Otobo, ASC 051, for his work on study and sexuality, pattern, and age of first sexual debut among reproductive age health students in Nigeria. Daniel Otobo.
I'm online. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Second runner-up.
And the winner
for poster is Chiazom. How pronounce that? Oh, the winner. Oh, okay. And the winner goes to Chinwaya Mary Cynthia Okafor.
Okafor Chinwaya Mary Cynthia, are you around?
Yes, I am online.
Okafor Chinwaya Mary Cynthia, ASC 026, for our work in computer vision syndrome, knowledge, perception, and preventive practices amongst medical and dental students in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Congratulations. I can see that that smile is very wide. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
For being out, further ado, we are going to be moving on to the oral presentations. So also recalling on Aluko Busayo and Toriola to the stage to join us to give the oral presentations. Aluko Busayo will give the third prize.
Okay, so the third prize, the oral presentation goes to all right, so the third prize goes to Laughter Amaram Chuku,
Laughter Amamchuku ASC 0494 is work
Take
on
them,
the
take
study
them.
on the correlation and impact of COVID-19 pandemic on dementia in Africa. Are you around?
Yes, I'm Laftam. I'm Chuku. I'm around. And thank you so very much for the opportunity. I'm highly very
Joining
grateful.
us from Bingham University.
I think
Yes.
you're muted, Laughter.
Okay,
Yeah, it seems like
I'm using Otobo's phone. I'm Chuku Laughter. I'm Chuku Laughter. I'm using Otobo's phone. I really am very, very grateful, and may the Lord bless you all. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the second prize that Toriola will be announcing.
So I'll be announcing the second prize for the oral presentation. So the winner of the second prize of the oral presentation is Daniel Eis Ibonoga.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited.
Thank
you
from the
very
University
much.
of Ibadan. Are you available?
Yes, I'm available. Thank
Congratulations.
you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate and I appreciate the organizers.
Daniel Eis Ibonoga on his work on impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the
And finally, our oral winner. All right, so we'd like to.
For oral presentation, the winner is Oluwatosin O.OK. Oluwatosin O.K. Are you there?
Okay, so it's the physical presenter Oluwatosin Timothy O.K. for his work on Lagos State Health Insurance Scheme, awareness, knowledge, and willingness to pay amongst artisans in Surulere local government area. Congratulations, you are the winner of our best oral presentation. I look forward to Busayo. Please can we have you on stage? Toriola. Best. So congratulations to all our presenters and congratulations to all our winners.
So congratulations once again to all our participants, and we're very good. We're very grateful that you decided to spend your day here with us, and we're very happy that you decided to meet conference as well. So we just like to round up by saying that all our presenters will be getting certificates, and all of our special awards will be getting cash prizes as courtesy of our sponsors. And we'd just like to end with the votes of thanks.
Okay. After an eventful year, one full of uncertainties, lockdowns, and protests, The Amsul Editorial Board is proud to deliver to you the 7th edition of our annual science.
Was not always easy, and creating the first ever hybrid edition of so many people.
Starting from our research units and our fellow editorial board members, we thank you all.
Then a supportive and dedicated network of consultants, lecturers, and residents in the UNILAG, CMUL, and those community and beyond, because we could not have pulled this off without them.
Our speakers, Dr. Rejoice Lupalawal and Mr. Dewali Fashino, we thank you very much for everything you've done for us today, for taking our time to speak to us on very important parts that's affecting our economy and our health sector at large. Thank you very much.
Of course, our AMSU alumni, they grow bigger every day, and as they grow, their support grows, for us grows as well. And this is the 7th edition of the conference, which means we have so many people to learn from. We're very grateful for our alumni.
And also to our AMSUL executives, so thank you very much. And then last but not the least, we thank our fellow AMSUlites for the people that we get to plan this award, this event for. Thank you for attending both physically and virtually.
And until next time, thank you and stay safe. I'd also like to thank our presenters. We definitely could not have done without them. This event could not have been without them. So we'd like to thank them very much for showing up.
So until next time, thank you and stay safe. And then we hope to see you at the 8th edition of the AMSUL Annual Scientific Conference. Have a lovely and wonderful day. So with our guests, our representatives from TNTI, they'll be joining the editor.
Down 29th Park. If your smiles were twice as wide as ours, yeah, you look happier. Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you. Ain't nobody love you like I do. Promise that I will not take it personal, baby. If you're moving on with someone new, 'cause baby, you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day I'll feel it too. Until then I find the truth. I know I was happier with you. Editorial board and volunteers. Sat in the corner of the room. Everything's reminding me of you. Nursing an empty bottle and telling myself you're happier, aren't you? But ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you. But ain't nobody need you like I do. I know that there's others that deserve you, but my darling, I am still in love with you. But I guess you look happier. You joined by our executive board. And so be one day I'll feel an executive board. I could try to smile, hide the truth. I know I was happier with you. Hey, hey, baby, you look happier, you do. I gave all my oxygen to people that could breathe. Gave away my money and now we don't even speak. I drove miles and miles.
Okay, could we be joined by our volunteers and the executive board? The presenters, please do not go. I still have my eyes on you. You are still meant to take pictures. Presenters.
Off my shoulder just for you to cry upon.
Volunteers.
Gave you constant shelter and a bed to keep you warm.
The hosts too.
They gave me the heartache and in return I gave a song. Team. It goes on.
Baxi and Samuel Bassi and Babala Life. Please, could you join the picture?
We the best music. Another one. DJ K. Yeah, you're looking at the truth and I will never lie. No, I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one early morning in the dark. Know you wanna ride now. I'm the one, yeah. I'm the one, yeah. Yeah, you sick of all those other imitators. Don't let the only real one intimidate ya. See you watching, go run out of time now. I'm the one, yeah.
Crossing hopscotch. You the one to hold me down when the block's hot. I make your dreams come true when you wake up. And your looks just the same without no makeup. Had to pull up on your mama, see what you made of. Ain't gotta worry about them commas cause my cake up. You can run inside my life on that fame bus. Cause I promise when we step out you'll be famous. Modern day Bonnie and Clyde what they named us. Cause when we pull up, all aim.
Yeah, you're looking at the truth and I'm a lie, no. I'm the one, yeah. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite shit. Nike crossbody, got a piece in. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street shit. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Hey.
don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you the passion. It's a thriller in the trap. Where we from? Baby, don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide.
So we have only our presenters.
Right foot slide. Basically, Amsul. WCZ. Hey, Malik Berry. Hola, what's the berries in the building? Oh, na 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 na. 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 So fly, you make me want to spend money. Girl, you looking so good. I heard you taste like honey. I don't mean you to be rude. Your man ain't saying nothing. Your body oh so wild, yeah. Make me wanna do something. Oh, Rihanna, girl, I want you to take my banana, got that big booty like you from Ghana, need you in my life, ain't no drama, ain't no drama, hey, mama, I know say you got it up from your mama, and I want to hold you, na, take you all the way to Bahamas, oh, Bahamas. Say that you feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto, South African girls, they my big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on, my Lagos girl got me shaking. Feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto, South African girls, they my big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on, my Lagos girl got me shaking. I'm on a mission, looking for the right one to keep me company. I'm on a mission, looking for the girl for me to share my life with me. A true friend and my homie. With you I'll never feel lonely. Let's laugh, let's cry together. In the sun, in the rain, let's stay forever. See, I'll be standing by you, girl. Say if you promise to stand right by me, girl. The way you back up and wind, girl, you still this show. And I'm in love. Move your body, girl. You got a bad man feeling so. With the way that you move, girl, you kill the show. Feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto, South African girls, yeah, my big booty shaker, girl. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on, my Lagos girl got me shaking. Go down, pretty girl, mama, don't you ever leave. Baby, go down, slow down, go down, girl, with you I wanna be. Go down, pretty girl, mama, don't you ever leave. The way you run the show now, girl, go down, slow down, with you I wanna be. Baby, I can't wait much longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. When I get this feeling, girl, I want sexual healing, baby. Yeah, say baby, feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto, South African girls, yeah, my big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on, my Lagos girl got me shaking. Feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto, South African girls, yeah, my big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on, my Lagos girl got me shaking. Yeah, girl. This is a sexy tune dedicated to all the sexy, beautiful African ladies all around the world. I know my girls, I wanna see my pretty girls and sexy girls and pretty girls and sexy girls and pretty girls, my pretty girls. Get up and dance along. I wanna see my pretty girls and sexy girls and pretty girls and sexy pretty girls and pretty girls, my pretty girls. Get up and dance along. Yeah, I say they be feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto. South African girls, them a big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on. My Lagos girl got me shaking. Feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto. South African girls, them a big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on. My Lagos girl got me shaking. They be feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto. South African girls, them a big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on. My Lagos girl got me shaking. Feeling my son from Lagos to Soweto. South African girls, them a big booty shaker. My Ghanaian girl got me hooked on. My Lagos girl got me shaking. Right, yeah.